my pleasure to invite you to Llandudno this morning for our twice delayed Welsh Labour Conference, but I think we'll all agree it was worth delaying when we've seen the results. So we're all looking forward to another successful conference, but this will be the first in 14 years with a Labour government here in Wales and at Westminster. So in that spirit, it's my job this weekend to ensure that we show each other and Wales the Labour Party at its very best. We always do that, so let's just keep on that tradition. And we show some comradely respect in all our debates. And so to achieve that, can I ask you that your mobile phones are switched to silent, or even if you switch them off, that might be something quite nice, to be mobile free for a couple of hours. And it's just so that we give the speakers an absolute no interruptions there. We're not expecting the fire alarms to operate. So if they do, I always say at this point, you can follow me. I'll be one of the first out the building. But if they do go off, seriously, can we follow the emergency signs? And then also, I think the stewards and the conference hall staff will be directing us as to where we need to go. We have a live translation service available, and Lowry will explain all of this. And Lowry is situated to my right in the corner there. Give us a wave, Lowry. There she is. And so she'll take you through the headsets. But basically, if you've got a headset, you switch it on, but don't put it on full volume, because then you get the feedback and you'll get all the whining. So if we do that, so if you want a headset, please go and see Lowry. And the idea of having a headset is so that people who want to speak in Welsh in our conference can do so, knowing that those of us who don't fully understand the Welsh language can also take part in that debate. So we've got a packed agenda, and so let's move on, shall we? And look for a good weekend. So I'm now going to call on Carl Whitehead, who's the Vice Chair of the Standing Orders Committee, to present his report to conference.
Good morning, conference. Carl Whitehead here on behalf of Unison. I'm pleased to introduce this report as Vice Chair of the Standing Orders Committee. Can I thank the members of the committee for their work in preparing us for conference this year, and could I also extend our thanks on behalf of Standing Orders Committee to the staff and volunteers for making this weekend possible. We have a full agenda, so I will now present the report of the Standing Orders Committee, along with a final agenda of conference business for your approval. The Standing Orders report has been made available for collection by delegates upon arrival. This included the motions the committee has accepted for the conference agenda. Can I first turn to the motions? In the priorities ballot, the following issues were selected for debate. In the party unit section, health, free school meals, music, culture and sport, and education. In the affiliated organisation section, energy and industrial strategy, workers' rights, housing and transport. These can be found on page 3 of the report. A total of 15 motions will therefore be debated at conference, which can be found by title on page 4 and are printed in full from page 9. I've also been advised of a last-minute typo in composite A, which is found on page 14. The last 2 words of that motion currently state September 2026 and should read near future. We will, of course, look into that further. The Standing Orders Committee report also sets out those motions that were ruled out of order from page 25, as well as the motions that were ruled in order but were unsuccessful in the priorities ballot from page 20. You will, of course, be aware that the job of the Standing Orders Committee is to apply the rules as agreed by this conference. The motions will be called for debate as indicated on the agenda, starting on page 34 at the back of the report. You should make sure your delegation leader collects their card vote packs from the party stand at stall 32, just outside the main hall by 3 p.m. today. After this point, only lost or damaged ballots will be reissued. You will also note from section 6 on page 7 that there is a ballot for the Standing Orders Committee that will convene conference in 2025. The Standing Orders Committee requires at least 3 women members. The 3 women nominated have been elected unopposed. There will be a ballot with 4 candidates for the 3 remaining places. These ballots can also be collected from stall 32, the Labour Party stand, which is also where the ballot box is located for the Standing Orders Committee ballot. Ballots will again be issued until 3 p.m. today, and the ballot box will be closed and removed at 5 p.m, with a vote to be announced during the Chief Scrutineer's report tomorrow morning. The tellers and scrutineers are listed in section 5, page 6. Please can they report to stand 32 at the calling of each card vote. In terms of literature, delegates are reminded that literature should only be distributed in the conference venue following approval by the Standing Orders Committee. For approval of any such literature, please take a sample to the administration desk marked for the attention of the Standing Orders Committee with a contact name and number. As ever, we are very grateful to the stewards, tellers and scrutineers for their work at conference this year, and the Standing Orders Committee hopes you all have a successful conference. We are, of course, available to meet any delegates who may have concerns about conference business. Please take a note to the party stand at stall 32 if you need to speak to us. I will happily answer any questions members may have. Thank you, conference, and I formally present our report for your approval. Back to the chair.
Thanks very much, Carl, and thank you for all the preparations that you and the Standing Orders Committee have made over the last 18 months to help us put this conference together. So, are there any questions for the Standing Orders report?
Ask him to introduce himself.
Yeah. Could I ask you to introduce yourself, please? Thank you.
Bore da Conference, Anthony Wedlake, Wrexham CLP. I think it's fair to say that it was a fairly unanimous feedback that was given that we spent far too much time last year on panels and not enough time debating policies. We've got barely 3 hours of debate on policies at a conference that covers Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So respectfully, I'd like to reference back to ensure that we can debate all our motions to conference and have less unattended panel discussions. And when this was put to conference last year, we were told there's nothing in the rule book that allows the reference back. There's just nothing in the rule book. So to quote Sylvia Jones from Rhondda, who was standing orders for many, many years, we've done it since 1960, so please allow the conference to reference back. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you.
Any other points?
I don't see anybody else. No other points? No? No, okay. Carl, do you want to ask?
Standing Orders Committee did at length debate the feedback received last year, and by all means we will continue to consider those requests. I mean, on behalf of Standing Orders Committee, if the delegate would like to meet further with the Standing Orders Committee to understand the intricacies of the conference, it is a balance between the discussions of motions and also to ensure that important matters of interest for delegates are also addressed. But by all means, we'd be more than happy to meet up and discuss further.
Thank you. So I will take a vote on that reference back. All those in favour of the reference back, will you please show?
Against.
Those against?
That carries. We'll pick that up with the SOC after.
Okay, I'm being told that carries and that will be picked up with the SOC later. Okay, thanks very much. So, conference, can I ask then that the SOC report is agreed so we can allow conference to proceed? Do we agree?
Yeah.
Agreed? Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. So we now move on to the rest of our business.
We haven't got Claire, so do you want to do your chairman's address?
Okay, so if I can just briefly take a few minutes to address you as the chair of the conference, and we're set for a packed weekend with a range of fringes, workshops and training which complements the main business of the conference. And this is also our first gathering as a party since the election of our new leader and First Minister of Wales, Eluned Morgan. So thank you, Eluned. Congratulations. And what's more, this is our first gathering as a party since our historic general election win. As a North Walian, I am particularly proud of winning back seats across North Wales. I can see the victors here from North Wales, and that's absolutely fantastic. And it's great to see us all winning back seats from the Conservatives and sending a Tory-free Wales into Westminster. What a wonderful statement that is. Can I say it again? A Tory-free Wales. We now have two Labour governments working together to deliver for the people of Wales. We have the Labour government here in Wales, and we also have now a Labour government in Westminster. I want to talk about working non-stop on the by-elections to deliver our fantastic general election results, turning our actions in government into campaigns and messages that resonate. The small Welsh Labour staff team go above and beyond to deliver for our party. They deserve our heartfelt thanks and praise for those efforts. So thanks, Joe, and thanks for all the Welsh Labour staff. As I said, we have a very packed agenda, and we want to hear from as many delegates as possible this weekend. And so to that end, this is the bit that I'm going to like, I will be strict in enforcing the Standing Orders report section on the time people have to speak. This is to ensure that our debates are fair to everyone, and so that any first-time speakers can rightly know what to expect and how best to prepare for their trip up to the rostrum. The smooth running of our conference is also supported by the volunteers who have given up their time to serve as stewards. The stewards are there to help the conference run as effectively as possible. I expect all delegates and visitors to operate politely when stewards are advising them and asking them to take over on an order. Conference, I'm also looking forward to having some respectful debates this weekend. A debate is where we sit and we listen, and we don't heckle and we don't shout. And if I find anyone's heckling or shouting, I will ask the stewards to move you out. And don't think I won't, because that's something that I was very good at when I was in my former job within the Assembly. So, conference, I do hope that we can enjoy our conference and that we can show to the wider movement outside that we have the best speakers representing the rich mix of talent, experience and expertise that we know exists across our party and exists in this hall today. So, in conference, enjoy the conference, enjoy the networking, because the networking is most important. And I hope we all enjoy the conference and the weekend. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'm now going to invite Claire Hughes, who is our newly elected MP for Bangor Aberconwy, to come and address conference.
Bore da pawb, croeso I Llandudno a croeso I Nghynhadledd Llafur Cymru. Hello, welcome to Llandudno and welcome to Welsh Labour Conference. Last time I was on stage in this town, I was dancing to the birdie song at Happy Valley. Don't worry, I'm not going to do it again. I was only about 4 years old and a lot has changed since then. Wales now has a devolved government in Cardiff Bay. This government has built schools, built hospitals. Our Welsh Labour government has navigated our nation through some really tough times and come out the other side ready to deliver. We have our first ever female First Minister of Wales, and we even now have a Primark in Llandudno, so just saying. Conference at the general election this summer, we didn't just paint this town red. As Anne just said, we did that across the whole of Wales. We replaced David T.C. Davis with the wonderful Catherine Fuchs in Monmouthshire, with the incredible Joe Stevens in Westminster as our new Secretary of State for Wales. Here in North Wales, we elected a wall of Welsh Labour women. My neighbours Jill German MP and Becky Gittins MP in Clwyd West. We won back Wrexham. We elected Wales's first ever ethnic minority MP in Avela Glamorgan, Carishkin Naranayan. And we got rid of Craig Williams in Montgomeryshire. Who needs a milk marketing board when you've got our very own Steve Witherden MP? And look what we've done in our first 134 days. We've increased the national minimum wage, putting money back into working people's pockets. Our two Labour governments have brought in a Water Special Measures Act for England and Wales. We have fired the starting gun on GB Energy to work in partnership with the Welsh Government's Yng Cymru, our first step towards better, greener jobs in areas like this. We have announced funding for our Warm Homes Plan, confirmed the money for transitional jobs in Port Talbot, and funded coal tip safety. And we have delivered the largest financial settlement for Wales in the history of devolution. But we couldn't have done any of this without you and your incredible efforts leading up to the general election. We did it with you, our incredible activists, our amazing councillors, the backbone of our communities, the lifeblood of our Labour movement, and our trade union friends and colleagues, and with our brilliant Welsh Labour staff. But we can't rest on our laurels because we've got to go out and we've got to do it all again. As we know, we've got a very important election coming up in 2026. In less than 2 years, we will need to go out and fight and win a Southern election so that Eluned and her team can continue to deliver for Wales. Gyda'n gilydd, gallwn ei wneud, union fel yna dwi wedi wneud eleni ac o'r blaen. I know that we can do it together. Conference, it's a very, very special thing to be elected to represent the place where you call home, where you grow up, and that's what Bangor Aberconwy is to me. You don't need me to tell you what a special place Llandudno is, even in the rain. It's a wonderful place to be. So while you're here, please do take the opportunity to go and visit some of our amazing local businesses. We all know, don't we, that our SMEs are the lifeblood of our communities here in Wales. And in Llandudno, we have some of the best. From Wild Horse Brewery and the tap room to Providera Coffee, Penderyn Whiskey, Dolan's, our brilliant hotels and guest houses. If you go and visit, a quick plug, the Bangor Aberconwy stand out in the atrium, they'll give you some top tips for places to visit this weekend. I'm sure they'll also try to sell you some raffle tickets. But don't worry, because they do take cards. When you leave this conference tomorrow, I hope that you do so with a sense of optimism and a real fire inside you to go out and win this next election. Tân yn y bol yn barod I fynd allan ac I ennill unwaith eto. In the last few months, we have begun to show what can be achieved when the two Labour governments work together. In Westminster, we are fixing the foundations and building a government that can tackle the big problems of the future. Here in Wales, we are refocused onto the priorities that matter to people and are delivering on them. Only Welsh Labour is serious about delivering for the people of Wales, so let's go out and let's do it together. Thank you. Diolch fawr iawn I chi gyd.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Claire, and it's great to see women taking the places there and at Westminster, and thank you for speaking of your hometown so warmly. Conference, I've already got to apologise that the timetable is shifting very quickly. In fact, to be quite honest with you, I don't know where we're up to now. quite know where we're up to, except that we have had a change on the platform, so I now know where in my script I'm up to. So can I just say, just bear with us. There are some issues that we have to look at, and we're trying to move on. So I think that are we ready to?
No.
No.
Do you want to get that? Let's get Deb to move her motion, and then we'll take the motion.
Okay, I know we've just got rid of the treasurer off the platform. Sorry, Deb. So we're going to take your report next, if that's okay. So you'll have to hot foot back onto the platform if you can. So I'm going to ask Deb to present her report for the year. So thanks very much, Deb.
Good morning, Conference. My name is Deb Davis, and I'm the elected Treasurer of Welsh Labour. It is my responsibility to present the report and financial statements for the financial years ending the 31st of December 2023. This report is prepared to help meet obligations under the Political Parties Elections and Referendum Act 2000. But first of all, I'd like to offer my thanks to our auditor, David Gale, for his hard work on these accounts. I'd also like to place on record sincere thanks to our affiliates and members for their donations last year. Those donations helped us to deliver the exceptional campaigns in the general election this year. Finally, it's my pleasure to present the report and financial statements to Conference. As the accounts are signed off by the auditors, I have no qualifying comments to make and present the report to you for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Right. Is there any question or are there any points that anybody would like to raise with the Treasurer now? No? No? Well done, Deb. You've actually going to say, can we then agree the Treasurer's report as presented to Conference? Could we show, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I just say as well, thank you, Deb, because I don't think a lot of us know what the work goes on behind the scenes as work of the Treasurer, but Deb's always been there, and I think by the fact that nobody wants to ask any questions means that you're running a very good department there, if we call you a department, I don't know. So there we go. So
Thank you.
So thanks very much for that, Deb, and I think we're almost now. I think I know where I'm back to. wonderful David T.C. Davis, I don't think.
Thank you. Diolch yn fawr am bore da. I'm Catherine Fuchs. I'm the new Welsh Labour MP for Monmouthshire. Never get tired of saying that. And of course, Monmouthshire is the most beautiful constituency in the UK. Sorry, Claire.
Move on quickly.
It was the proudest moment of my life being elected to serve the residents of Monmouthshire. And the second proudest moment of my life is standing here today, ready to introduce our fabulous Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. During the campaign, the Prime Minister said he would lead a government of service. And that is exactly what he is doing. Service is not always flashy. It's not always spectacular. But it means rolling up our sleeves, getting on with the job, and moving the UK forward. When people went to the ballots in the general election this year, they gave us a clear mandate. In all four corners of the UK, people said a resounding no to the last 14 years of failed Conservative government. They'd had enough after over a decade of mess and mismanagement. And here in Wales, they've put their trust in two Labour governments to sort out the mess. People voted for change, and in the months since, we have got straight to work. We're tackling the £22 billion black hole that the Conservatives left in our country's finances, and we're fixing the foundations to deliver the change that people asked for here in Wales and across the UK. And with two governments working together, we can already see what that change means for Wales. It means unlocking £21 billion of funding for the Welsh Labour government. This includes an extra £1.7 billion of infrastructure spending. It means billions of pounds being made available to deliver the First Minister's priorities of Wales after she travelled from Mull to Merthyr, hearing what matters to people most, for the people we represent. And, most importantly, it means no Conservative MPs left in Wales. Welsh Labour has always delivered for the people of Wales, even under tough circumstances, and Keir Starmer inherited unprecedented challenges when he entered number 10. He is dealing with them, as we would expect from a man whose proudest moment as a lawyer was saving 400 Ugandans from death row, calmly and competently, without fireworks. Who could say that about the Tory Prime Ministers and countless Chancellors before him? In place of chaos, we now have stability. In place of dodgy COVID contracts, we have a government of service. With two Labour governments working together to deliver for the people of Wales, we are now able to harness the power in partnership and deliver a new era of change. This is an opportunity, and the Prime Minister is leading a government that is already focusing on the issues and priorities of the people of Wales. We are back in the service of working people. So now, let's take a look at a short film on what this looks like and what we've achieved together so far this year.
He says now is the time for Britain to choose its future.
This is the time to end the chaos of division, to turn the page and rebuild Wales and the United Kingdom together, working together for the future. That's the way forward, that's the choice. Vote Labour. Thank you so much. Thank you.
story here in Wales is that the Conservatives have been wiped out. They won't have a single Welsh MP in Westminster. Labour have regained much of the territory that they lost 5 years ago, and then some.
You have given us a clear mandate, and we will use it to deliver change. I invite you all to join this government of service in the mission of national renewal. Our work is urgent, and we begin it today. Thank you very much. The difference is this: we now have a Westminster government that wants to work with the Welsh government to deliver for the people of Wales. We will work together, collaborate, and ensure that together we deliver across Wales.
Ac nawr ydym yn croesawu ein prif weinidog, Keir Starmer. Please welcome our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Absolutely fantastic to see you all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Feels good, doesn't it? Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Catherine, for those words of introduction. It seems a long time since we're on that bridge in Abergavenny, launching, I think, on that day, the first step. So thank you for your words. Mae'n week I fod yn ôl in Llandudno and bore da. I've been practicing since last year, as you can see. And conference, what a year it has been. Because for 14 years, this nation here has carried the torch for the entire Labour Party. The only great nation on our islands where we could show as a movement the change that we can deliver for working people. But now, a Labour government in Cardiff Bay, joined by a Labour government in Westminster, a new era, a new opportunity, a responsibility that we must now take to return Wales and Britain decisively to the service of working people. And of course, I had the privilege of travelling through the valleys and mountains on the campaign stump earlier this year. From the beginning in Abergavenny with Catherine, where we launched our first steps to change Wales. On the final day of the campaign in Carmarthen, and that was just hours before the polls opened. And then beyond the campaign as well, because just 3 days after that election, I was back here at the Senedd. A statement of intent, keeping my promise to the people of Wales. And then this summer, I was back again in the rolling hills of Carmarthenshire with Eluned, kick-starting our mission to make Wales an energy superpower. And Eluned, if I remember rightly, I think it was August. It was a beautiful, sunny day. Today, we're enjoying something maybe a little more typical for November. But look, I know that during that election, we've just seen some of the images a moment ago. I know how hard you work for our party and this nation, and the doors you knock, the streets you pound, the conversations that you have with your communities. And not just in those weeks of the general election campaign, but all the weeks and months and years before it. Step by step, conversation by conversation, showing that this party, this changed Labour Party, is fit to govern, not just in Wales, but across the whole of Britain. That we are ready for a new era. Labour Wales and Labour Britain, pulling in the same direction, the full force of our nation, once again serving the people of Wales. Everything this movement has achieved, from the first embers of justice flickering in the coalfields and the valleys of South Wales, to the birth of the NHS with Nye Bevan and Tredegar, right down to the Welsh Government school building programmes in the same communities today. Everything comes from the people, your effort, your enthusiasm, your belief in fairness and justice, and above all, your determination to root those arguments in the real concerns of working people. That is how we won in July. It's how you've always won in this nation. And it's how we must win again in 2026. The only path for progressive politics in our time. A truth once again demonstrated in recent weeks. Because there's nothing preordained about politics. There is no such thing as a natural order. And election victories don't fall from the sky, believe you me. They're hard won and hard fought. So any future success we enjoy depends on our steadfast resolve to that cause, showing again and again that this party, this changed Labour Party, is the vehicle for the hopes and aspirations of working people, that our ambition lives up to the change that they need in their lives. That's how we won 27 seats in Wales in July, how we united the great nations of this country and made Wales a Tory-free zone. I know that's a huge part of your triumph, because you have changed Britain. And for all those efforts, I simply say, diolch. See? A lot of practicing since last year. Because, look, there's a lot of thanks to go around. And most of all, conference, 3 formidable women. Women who will change the future of Wales for the better. Eluned, the first female leader of Wales Conference. And I look forward to the change that we can make together. We're already showing that in our work on the Council for the Nations and Regions. And I know you'll be never shy about fighting for Wales. Never give an inch to those who say that Welsh pride means somehow cutting Wales off from Britain and from the world. You'll never give an inch, and quite rightly too. And my friends Carolyn and Jo. Jo and I met as lawyers when she was fighting for trade union members, and she fights just as hard for the people of Wales. And Carolyn, the first deputy leader of Wales, and a true friend to me, Vic, and the kids. I'm so grateful for the work you do for our party and for our government as well. And make no mistake, conference, there will be young women and girls in Wales who are looking at the TV and who are noticing. This is a nation led by women. And they'll be thinking that one day they'll be changing their ambitions because of your example. Thinking, you know what? They can be a leader of this nation as well. And success belongs to people like them. And conference, that is what change looks like. A new era of change has begun in Wales. Meanwhile, the Tories can only look on from their Welsh headquarters in the chalk hills and rolling downs of Sussex. Honestly, you couldn't actually make it up. The Shadow Welsh Secretary representing Wales from England, a metaphor that, for life, if ever there was one. Mind you, if the Tories think that you can become working class when you're 16 by working in McDonald's, then I suppose they think that going to university in Swansea does make you Welsh. In fact, the Shadow Welsh Secretary's constituency is actually, I worked out, nearer to France than it is to Wales. So in the Six Nations, you're really, really going to have to watch that one. But seriously, the visible reminder of Tory irrelevance in Wales, it shouldn't breed complacency, and this is really important. And it's not just the Tories, we know that. Politics in our time is volatile. It can change very, very quickly. And we didn't achieve power by taking anything for granted. And we won't deliver change by thinking that it's now job done. That is the lesson to draw from the visible absence of Tories in Wales. It highlights the responsibility and opportunity of power. That with a Labour government in Westminster and in the Senate, success depends on us. Success depends on change. Not just in the mood of politics, but in the tone, the rhetoric, the character of how we approach things. And that's important. Of course it is. Words do matter. Seeking common ground matters. We are not and never will be the Tories when it comes to that. But conference, be under no illusions. The British people, they will judge us on actions, not words. And with a mandate like ours, a mandate that stretches across every nation and region of Britain, there can be no excuses. And change can't just be a few extra lines on a graph moving in the right direction. Change can't be just a sort of good Labour policy or two that's delivered whilst the broader settlement remains unchanged. Change must mean nothing less than national renewal, a change that's felt in the bones of a nation and in the lives and in the pockets of working people. Public services, reformed and renewed. An economy where growth benefits the many. A sense of hope restored. Confidence returned. A future where together we look forward to the days to come. Because together we remember with pride the tough decisions we took to get there. A Wales where clean energy, Welsh energy, is powering thousands and thousands of homes. Because we took tough decisions to build the infrastructure, the pylons and the turbines, that the people of Wales need to keep their bills low. A Wales where working people have more security and dignity at work, because we took the tough decisions to reform the labour market, to get people back to work, finally making work pay with a real living wage. A Wales where we've created thousands of good, well-paid jobs, jobs in the industries of the future, because we took tough decisions to reform the economy with investment and industrial strategy. And above all, a Wales that is proud and secure in its status as the beating heart of Britain, because together we have shown that Britain, Labour Britain, delivers security and opportunity for the people of Wales. The pride and potential of this nation, no longer ignored, disregarded, undervalued, as it was for 14 long years of Tory neglect, but unlocked to deliver change. And that is the meaning of national renewal. And it will be hard. People will say, we should turn back. That's enough. Take your foot off the accelerator. You've made some tough choices. It's time to now go more softly. In fact, to tell you the truth, they've already started saying that. But conference, you know me by now. You know we will stay the course. We will stick to our long-term plan, our national missions for change, because I'm convinced they're the only way to change this nation for the better. Take the budget a few weeks ago. A moment of pride. The first Labour budget for 15 years, delivered by the first female Chancellor ever. That's 800 years of male chancellors that came before Rachel when she stood up just the other week. But also a budget that focused squarely on the challenges before us. The mountain of mess left by the Tories. Public services decimated. A £22 billion black hole in our finances, concealed from the country. And when you find damp in your house, you always have a choice. Paint over it, hope it goes away. Put it off till tomorrow. Or strip it out, pull off the plaster, and deal with it once and for all. So make no mistake, I will defend our decisions in the budget all day long. And you may have seen in PMQs this week, the leader of the opposition admitted that she wants all the benefits and investment in our budget. She just doesn't want to pay for them. And she doesn't know how to pay for them. It's the same old Tories. They haven't listened, they haven't learnt, and they certainly haven't changed. They crashed the economy once, and now we know they do it all over again. So I will defend facing up to the harsh light of fiscal reality. I will defend the tough decisions that were necessary to stabilise our economy. And I will defend protecting the payslips of working people, fixing the foundations of our economy, and investing in the future of Britain and the future of Wales, finally turning the page on austerity once and for all. I will also defend at conference because the time is long overdue for Westminster politicians to level with people honestly about the trade-offs that Britain faces, to stop insulting your intelligence with the chicanery of easy answers, when that is exactly how we got into this mess in the first place. It's hard, of course it's hard. If it were easy, then Britain wouldn't be here. And working people know that. They know there are no shortcuts, but they also know that protecting their payslips, fixing our public services, rebuilding our nation with investment, they know that is the path a Labour government with our values would take, because that is what they voted for, and that is the path of change. £21 billion for Wales next year. That is a record figure. That is the path of change. An additional £1.7 million through the Barnett formula. That is the path of change. More money for Welsh schools and hospitals. More investment in Welsh potential and pride. £88 million for city and growth deals. £1 billion for aerospace, benefiting companies like Airbus at Broughton, which we visited yesterday afternoon. A new hydrogen future in Milford Haven. More jobs, more growth, more money in the pockets of Welsh people. Conference, that is the path of change. And conference, we take yet another step along that road today, confirming that £160 million of new investment for an investment zone in Wrexham and Flintshire will be going live next year. Now, this will promote investment in opportunities. It will create more jobs and drive economic growth across North Wales. And that is exactly why I've always said that growth is my most important mission. And we've taken some extremely tough decisions on tax. You know that. But we can't keep on that road. A Labour government can't be reduced to an ever-expanding state, funded by ever-increasing taxes. So growth and reform have to be Labour causes. The means and the ends of rebuilding our country. Now, I've said we need to be a great reforming Labour government, and we will. There are huge assets in this nation, a heritage in science, in trade and industry, richer and deeper than anywhere else in the world. Take Paris Mountain, just a few miles from here. A copper mine that shaped North Wales for thousands of years. The beginning of this nation becoming the first truly industrial nation in the world, where the copper that lined the ships of British Navy came from, carrying Welsh coal and power to every corner of the globe. A new future forged in the furnace of opportunity, built on industry, the pride and potential of the Welsh nation. And look, I know what has been lost. Of course I do. I've said it before. My dad was a toolmaker. He worked in a factory. He was a working man. As a young lawyer, I worked with the mining communities to challenge the Tories pit closure programme. So I know what disappeared when the factories and the pits closed. I know that it was more than just a way of life. It was an identity. Our identity in this party, actually, if we're frank. The community, the security, the chest-out pride that comes with the certainty of knowing that your contribution is respected, that what you do, what you make, matters. Not just for you and your family, but for your community, your country, and even beyond our shores. A pride that looked out to the world and said, this is our place. This is who we are. Now, this whole political project, the changes we've made to the Labour Party, they've always been about reforging that identity. And that is why in the budget, we are doing the right thing by those communities that powered our country. £25 million to keep disused coal tips safe, making sure mine workers have the pensions that are rightly theirs. That's what returning the Labour Party to the service of working people means. But the bigger job, the job now, is to do exactly the same for Wales and for Britain. Because I don't believe those stories belong in the history books. I believe they live in our values. Values that if we fix the foundations, if we keep our economy stable, if we're decisive on industrial policy, smart with our investment, can make Wales competitive, not just now, but long into the future. A nation that already enjoys leading positions in the industries of tomorrow. Life sciences on the South Wales coast, aerospace here in North Wales, clean energy right across the nation, semiconductors in Newport, and yes, green steel in Port Talbot. And that's the hard part, conference. Port Talbot shows exactly the challenge. We have to support people. Of course we do. We have to deliver a just and managed transition, deploy the power of government as a kind of bridge to a better future. That is our responsibility, and we won't shirk from it. I have to tell you, when we were elected in July, I couldn't believe the mess we inherited in relation to Port Talbot. And remember that the business secretary, now the leader of the opposition, said that she was proud of that mess. Well, that just shows the sort of values that they hold. Tory values that in South Wales are very familiar indeed. So look, I know how difficult things have been. And I know that this is still tough for many workers and their families. And this government will always stand alongside them. That's why we struck a better deal for workers in Port Talbot, a generous redundancy package, a comprehensive training programme on a decent wage for 12 months. At the budget, we also invested £80 million in a transition board. And just today, we've announced a new multi-million-pound fund for Port Talbot workers and their families to set up their own businesses. Now, I've met with those workers on a number of occasions in their workplace and had good conversations with them about what they do, what they want for themselves, their families, and their communities. I know they have huge ambition and aspiration for the future, and we will help them make their hopes a reality, build a new future for their family and their community. But most importantly of all, conference, we secured the largest private investment in UK steel in decades and secured a new direction for steel in Port Talbot. We secured a long-term future, a foundation that the next generation and the local economy more widely can build their lives around. And that is exactly what I mean by tough decisions. And it isn't easy, but it is the responsibility and opportunity of power. The choice we face on industrial policy can never be between no change and no support. That is the false choice that led to the devastation across this nation in the 1980s. The politics of easy answers. It was wrong then, and it's wrong now. What we must do is escape the mindset that sees industrial communities as some sort of charity case, and instead see them as the source of growth and dynamism that they actually are. Potential and pride that can be unlocked if we have an optimistic, serious plan for the future. And conference, that is how we rewrite our story in the ink of the future. We do it with a plan. We do it with pride. We do it with investment. A modern industrial strategy that unlocks the strength and ambitions of Wales. A national wealth fund that will make investments across the country, upgrading ports and supply chains across the UK, gigafactories. So Andrew says, lead the world. Investment in clean hydrogen, in tidal energy, in carbon capture and storage. Industries where we can lead. Industries where we can win. Industries where Wales has a future. And yes, investment to transition our steel industry. The future of Welsh steel, secured. That is how we face the future, conference. That is how we deliver change. Because make no mistake, this is a golden opportunity and we can't pass it up. A once-in-a-generation chance for a Labour government in Westminster to work in partnership with a Labour government in Wales. And look at the results already. The biggest uplift to workers' rights in a generation. Fire and rehire ended. Exploitative zero-hour contracts scrapped. Maternity and paternity rights protected. The carers allowance extended. The state pension more generous. Triple lock secured. Fuel duty cut. The national living wage increased. £1,400 a year in the pockets of working people. Money for the NHS, for schools, for councils, for our forces, for children with special education needs, for the regions and nations of this country, conference. And we're only just getting started. Because it's time to show the power of unity, the potential of partnership, the purpose of change. A new future, forged from Welsh pride, Wales and Britain, restored to the service of working people. Thank you so much, conference. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, conference. Thank you very much. Thank you. Together. Thank you so much, conference. See you later. Thank you.
Wow. How do you follow that? But thank you very much, Prime Minister, for that. Thank you very much, Keir. So there we are, and thank you, conference, for that.
Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak were no joke. These were governments that had run out of ideas, purpose and credibility. And while the Tories floundered, people across Wales suffered under the cost of living crisis born in Downing Street and felt the chill wind of relentlessness and dogmatic policies that cared not a jot for the people of Wales. But today, thanks in no small part to the hard work of the people in this room, hope has triumphed. And on July the 4th this year, the people of Britain put their trust in Labour. Keir Starmer became Prime Minister, and at long last, the work of positive change began in earnest. And here we are 4 months in with Keir at the helm, showing us what leadership looks like. I'm very privileged to call Keir my friend, and I know everyone here in conference will join me in applauding him, not just for leading us to a historic election victory, but for steering our party and our country with integrity, vision, and the steady leadership that Britain so desperately needed. And looking around this hall, I'm struck by the extraordinary talent we have in our Labour family. So many of you now hold key decision-making roles, shaping the future of our nation. There are too many to mention, and I'm bloody terrified I will forget one, so I will just extend a heartfelt congratulations to all our colleagues who have stepped into ministerial roles. But a special mention must go to my friend, the new Secretary of State, Joe Stephen, who I know will represent Wales with the tenacity and compassion that she's always shown. I couldn't be prouder to be part of this outstanding Labour team, working together across Westminster and Cardiff Bay. And as your Deputy Leader, it is a genuine honour to stand alongside Wales's first Labour leader and First Minister, Llywelyn Morgan, a trailblazer whose leadership will inspire generations to come. Llywelyn, your leadership is an inspiration, not least to young women and girls across Wales. Together, we now have a chance to show the people of Wales what a difference it makes when a Welsh Labour government in Cardiff works in partnership with a Labour government in Westminster. Looking back at the election last summer, I can still feel that sense of joy as the country turned red. Sitting in a Neath sports hall with my constituency neighbour, Stephen Kinnock, we shared a mixture of elation and relief that after a few tough weeks on the doorstep, the country had put its trust in us. This is probably a good time to warmly welcome all the Welsh Labour newbies at their first Welsh conference at MPs. And I hope you've all settled in after the first few Freshers' Week style, and there's suddenly hundreds of new faces on the benches. And I want to make a special thank you to Mark Tarmy for sorting everyone's offices out. Firstly, because I love my new fancy PCH penthouse. And secondly, because I thought Alex Barris-Curtis was going to claim squatters' rights as he was in my old office far more than I was. And let's not forget the rest of the Labour family. To our members who pounded the pavements and delivered thousands of leaflets, thank you. To the incredible councillors who are on the front line of delivering Labour values every day, thank you. And to our trade unions who remind us that we are and always will be a party of working people, thank you. As well as all the new faces, the election has brought us new boundaries. Wales probably had a bigger challenge than anywhere else. In Neath and Swansea East alone, there are 4 MSs representing different parts of the constituency. Rebecca Evans, David Rees, Mike Hedges, and my main man in Neath, Jeremy Miles. I think I spend more time with Jeremy now than I do with my own husband, but I'm sure my husband at least is delighted about that. But regardless of the boundary changes, being in government means we're being held to account by our constituents. We are responsible for what is happening, and they, quite rightly, want to question us and our decisions. and it can be difficult, but it's not as difficult as trying to get a seat in PMQs on a Wednesday. Conference, it's rare to be together this late in the year with less than 6 weeks until Christmas. For me, this time of the year is always about hamper planning, and that doesn't stop for anything other than the year that I accidentally switched on the lights in Downing Street for Boris Johnson, but that's another story. And this year we will be packing and delivering over 1,500 hampers to households across Neath and Swansea East, Swansea West, Aberavon Maesteg, Merthyr Tydfil, Aberdare, and Blaenau Gwent and Rumney. And fundraising this year has taken a new turn, with a Christmas single being released and the profits going to Everyone Deserves, a collaboration between the very talented Mal Pope and an unknown artist from Swansea who has purple hair, wacky glasses, and talks a lot about menopause. But I want to thank Jeremy, Julie, Torsten, Stephen, David Rees, and Nick and Gerald, and all their teams for the help they give us to make this happen every year. And I will end conference by a final congratulations to our new General Secretary of Welsh Labour, Joe Locke. He takes on the role at a challenging time as we focus on 2026 and the Senedd elections. We're all in for some hard work to show the people across Wales why they should put their trust in us again. But while our party is united, we must call out those who thrive on division. And let me be clear, Plaid Cymru does not speak for Wales. The endless talk of independence is a distraction from the real issues facing our communities. They offer isolation, where Welsh Labour offers partnership. Grievance, where we deliver progress. They are not the party of Wales. We are. But make no mistake, conference, the Tories may be out of office, but they're not out of our lives. We must fight just as hard to keep them out as we did to kick them out. For the sake of our communities, for our NHS, for our children's future, we cannot let them claw their way back in. Conference, thank you.
So thanks very much for that, Carolyn. Our next section then is going to be the panel discussion on power in partnership. So it's going to take us a couple of minutes to set up the panel discussion. But can I also invite Alex Barras-Curtis, who is he is a North Walian. Yes, so that's great. I don't know whether he wanted everybody to know that, but they do now. Tom Hoyles, Councillor Andrew Morgan and Jane Hutt to the stage to talk about two Labour governments working together to deliver for the people of Wales. Can we go? Shall I leave me stuff here?
Mark where you're up to.
Okay, bore da, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Brilliant. So as the chair has said, my name is Alex Barras-Curtis, and I am have the privilege of being the Member of Parliament for Cardiff West, and today we're here to discuss Power in Partnership. I was elected to Parliament for the first time in the very recent general election, and that means that I have had the incredible privilege of just in the last 4 months of being a parliamentarian under a Labour government. But for many of my colleagues in both the Senedd and in Westminster, that has not always been the case. For 14 long years, the people of Wales had to deal with a Conservative government in Westminster that was actively working against them, denigrating them. They undermined devolution, ran up the budgets, leaving a £22 billion black hole in our country's finances. But now, as we've heard to the conference so far this morning, things have begun to change. With Keir in 10 Downing Street, with our first female Chancellor in Rachel Reeves in the Treasury, Wales finally has a partner in Westminster, and for First Minister Llynedd, she has friends, and for the Senedd, friends on the other end of the phone. And that's what we're here to discuss today. So I'm delighted to be joined on stage by some of my colleagues. Tom Hoyles joins us from GMB.
Thank you.
Andrew Morgan joins us from the Welsh Local Government Association. Welcome. And of course, Jane Hutt joins us from the Senedd. So without any further ado, let's get started. As we've said, it's been 4 months since the general election. So what is the difference that each of you can see from two governments working together? Jane?
Well, I can't tell you, it's a transformation. It's absolutely joyous. I mean, just a couple of examples from me. 14 years of austerity and also increasing centralisation and increasing disrespect. In terms of devolution, we were just going nowhere with the Tories, let alone 14 years of austerity. I think just two examples of how things have changed, and this is all for our colleagues, I'm sure in local government, it's all going to be reflected, is that I've met more ministers and secretaries of state in the last 6 weeks, and I had for years of Tory rule. And what's great is that there's just two policy areas I wanted to reflect on very quickly. And one is that the fact that Keir, the Prime Minister, said very quickly that they wanted that a mission was also to tackle child poverty. And a child poverty task force was set up in the summer. It's jointly chaired by Bridget Phillipson and Liz Kendall. And Bridget actually approached me and said, I'd like to talk to you very soon. And I met with her. This was great. And then this week we had a meeting of the 4 nations, all the ministers together. And what was so encouraging, and not only have they got a sort of unit in the Cabinet Office about tackling child poverty, they wanted to learn what we've done in Wales. And this is one of the great things, is that there's this partnership in power. There's a recognition that actually we have been, as a Labour government, in partnership with a local government and our trade union movement, doing things in Wales. And actually, our new ministers in Westminster saying, we can learn from you as well as work together. That's tremendous. Secondly, very quickly, tackling violence against women. I've got the social justice portfolio, and there's many, many other areas and ministers I've been meeting. But so good to meet with Alex Davies-Jones and Jess Phillips this week, because they are jointly Home Office, Ministry of Justice. Actually, they have the remit in their portfolios to tackle violence against women, the scourge of domestic abuse. We're coming up to White Ribbon Week, and I know we're going to be having many events together and separately. But to say that they, and this is led by our Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, the Prime Minister, Yvette Cooper, and then last week meeting with Jess Phillips and Alex Davies-Jones, and doing what we can do with devolved and non-devolved. And that's always been a kind of a big challenge for us, but seeing that actually we're going to work together in partnerships to tackle the scourge of violence against women and domestic abuse. That's such a relief, because that's where we need to pull together. And of course, as Keir said, it's only the start.
Thanks, Jane, absolutely right. And on the Child Poverty Task Force, that will be reporting in the spring, which will be an important moment. Andrew, from the perspective of local government, how do you see the situation, for these two Labour governments working together?
so far the engagement has been nothing but positive. And while I could say about the benefits certainly of more public funding helping with public services, we all know the pressure, and I'm going to speak on that later on today. But the two areas, examples I would give, one fundamental in particular to my area, but is a wider issue across many authorities, and that's around coal tip safety. After Storm Dennis, I live 2 miles as the crow flies from Aberfan. When we had the landslide in our county at Llandudno tip in the Rhondda, Boris Johnson stood up in Parliament, replied to Chris Bryant saying he would be there to support us and money would flow, was the terms. The truth was, not a penny ever flowed. And every year we met and lobbied UK government, whether it was Chancellor or the Prime Minister, or the Prime Ministers, I should say, the way they came and went. We never had any support ever. And the first budget now, we've had £25 million. Part of, hopefully, will be further funding in the future, which is what the request is put in. But that conversation around understanding the legacy need, and for people to say, it's part of Barnet, is nonsense. Until the piece of work was done in the last 5 or 6 years, we didn't actually know how many tips were fully in Wales, both in private and public ownership. So how could that ever be Barnetised when the centres were set up? So having that frank and genuine conversation has been really refreshing. And I just made me think, Jane, that myself and you and yourself, we had a meeting back a couple of years ago with Swell Braverman. We were on Teams, and I have to say, not sitting through that meeting again is a big positive on Labour government, but just the actual disrespect shown both to Jane as a minister and to local government and to the Senedd. We were on a Teams call talking about targeting extra funding, and frankly, they didn't want to know anything we had. Although policing isn't devolved, we do have fundamental involvement, especially from local authority point of view. Welsh Government was providing some funding, and certainly some of the work streams on targeting particular violence and certain characterisations within community safety. But the kind of disrespect we had, I actually come off that call. I remember, I think I was messaging and saying, it's pointless me being here. They were not interested in anything we had to say. It was a lip service, and we were being lectured. The fact that now we are having conversations with the UK and Welsh Government around areas such as community safety, policing, it all links together with communities and the local government. It's a step change. It really is.
That's absolutely true. And actually, you mentioning that, Andrew, reminds me, I don't know if anybody in the audience watched Welsh Questions in Parliament this week. It was happens, departmental questions, as you'll know, happens around every month. And so Joe and Nia, our fantastic ministerial team in the Welsh office, were answering questions just before Prime Minister's questions. And Tom Tugendhat, who's seen as one of the more moderate, nice faces of the Tory party, stood up to ask a question of Joe Stevens, and it related to Anglesey, and he referred to Ynys Mon and then said, "That's Anglesey to you." To our Welsh secretary, it just shows the denigration and frankly the misogyny as well. Tom, from your perspective, how do you see the first 4 months?
It's been a real sea change. I mean, by the way, I want to apologise. My voice isn't husky as an aesthetic choice. I'm not feeling very well today. It's not a new style I'm trying. So if it goes a bit husky, you'll have to forgive me.
Conference cold.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think there's two things I think we can highlight where you can see a real difference. The first is Port Talbot. Port Talbot has been chaos from the beginning, is the truth of it. We were invited to take part as part of the transitional boards, the trade unions, which we took an observer's seat on back in I think in the autumn of last year. And that board met before the general election, I think around like 10 or 11 times. We met every month to have a conversation about what we could do to offset a result of Tartar's actions in Port Talbot. And the truth is, for Port Talbot, it's heading into an economic winter. They are losing thousands of really good, well-paid union jobs, and there's nothing that's going to come in to replace it in the short to near term. So there's real demand and speed needed to try and deal with a lot of these issues. That board met, let's say 8 or 9 times, and not a single penny was spent before Joe Stevens took over as Welsh Secretary, which is a disgrace. There's been no mapping of the supply chain. So we don't actually know yet, to this day, where people will be affected downstream beyond Tartar itself. Tartar also has a range of contractors. We've managed to get some work on that. I know our colleagues in Community and Unite have been working closely with us to try and develop that pathway with the employers. But there's a huge problem coming down the line. And Joe's had 4 months And we've just had another announcement just this week on when more money will be spent to try and help people set up their own businesses who will be displaced by this work. That's chaos. You know, this is all, it's all welcome and it's all important, but we should have had this months ago. So you can see a real, you know, you've got to applaud Joe and then the Labour team for the speed in which they put this through. Not only for ourselves, I mean, the faces of some of the civil servants working on the boards with David Davis was always priceless. They seemed shocked every time the kind of stuff he'd come out with. And you know, when it started up at one point, Vaughan, who was the economy minister at the time, was shadow chairing the board. He took it off David several points. It was like a member of the royal family. He sort of turned up, shook everyone's hand, wanted a press relief, and wanted to lead. And that was the person leading it. And to top it all off, we found out in the last few weeks, which we had suspicions of, there wasn't a single penny put aside by the UK government. £80 million they promised, that's £20 billion from Tata, but don't include that because Tata choose how they spend that money. £80 million they promised us, and they didn't have a penny of it, and that's why they couldn't implement it. So you can see there the kind of lack of interest and engagement in Welsh affairs, not only with trade unions, but with the local authority, with the Welsh government, and with local people. And I think the other one to quickly highlight quite well as well is the pay deal in health. I mean, you know, it took a while to get over the line. I can imagine our members in health weren't keen on the way that we had a pay award in September when we were home for it in April. But, you know, there are specific reasons which people are understanding of. But what we did well was we had communication with the government, and we got to a situation, basically workers in Wales, because of the settlements that the Welsh government have fought for over the last 10 years, are slightly better paid than their colleagues in England. And there was a real worry for us that if there was a pay award that came from the UK government, that Welsh Labour would, in respect, standardise that pay in the tough economic light. But, you know, the conversations we had with them were very open, and it was a needless fear. They honoured the pay deal in full. We can still see public health workers in Wales paid more on average than those in England, which is good for us. But there's a lot more work to do there. Obviously, we want to see more to do that, but that's where the partnership works. We know now we can have those conversations with the government that will listen to us and, quite frankly, take our concerns on board.
Absolutely. Jane, you've been in the Senedd since devolution began, and so you will have seen probably all possible variations of different governments working together. What do you think will be the most interesting thing in terms of the way Keir and Nghynhadledd are going to be working as their respective leaders?
Well, yes, I have been there through with the former wonderful Labour government, of course, which brought devolution to Wales. And you know, that was just to reflect for a moment on that. I mean, that was a time when budgets were rising. We were able to work together in partnership and to deliver all those reforms of those first few years of devolution. And then, you know, it went downhill the moment the Tory coalition took over, and the 14 years of disastrous Tory misrule, I would have to say. And of course, it is important to say that our relationships were really so important between us and our colleagues in Westminster, Shadow Cabinet. We were in charge. Welsh Labour was in charge. And of course, the Tories in those times, and some will remember, were attacking Welsh Labour relentlessly. But we were in charge, and we were also winning elections. Can I just say one point? I mean, it's also been so great that for 25 plus years we've been in partnership with local government and our trade unions. I mean, now not only are we Tory-free in terms of MPs, we're Tory-free in terms of local government as well. Labour is in charge in Wales, very clearly. And, you know, this is about partnership with our trade unions, the fact that we took through our Social Partnership Act together. It's just completely, and there are many things there which I know now are sort of bearing fruit in the way that we work together in partnership. So for your very pertinent question, I mean, we can see today the difference, the strength of the relationship between Keir and Nghynhadledd as our First Minister. And it was from the word go. I mean, the fact that Keir, also his respect for devolution, he was down here within a couple of days. I mean, he had to go around the 4 nations, and he came to us, and also all those visits that he's made. But it's also the recognition of not only what we've been doing, and he made those points so clearly today, for the last 14 years and what we've been able to achieve, but also the fact that now he's listening and all the Cabinet listening to what we need in Wales. So I would say the greatest example and illustration of that was the budget, and I think we must keep going on about that budget, the 21 billion, and I think particularly recognising, and everyone's mentioned it today, they were listening to what we needed in Wales. We needed that 21 billion. We needed that 17.7 billion for infrastructure, which again is going to be working in partnership, particularly with local government and the health service and business in Wales. We needed that 80 million. As you say, the money wasn't there, was it, Tom? It was not there. And they weren't going to, there was no indication that they were going to spend any of it. Disrespect to the workforce in Port Talbot was all that they saw. So the fact that, there's another announcement today, listening to what we need in Wales, and also, the coal tip safety. We know that the Tory Secretary of State was asked to spend that, give us that money, that 25 million, and they wouldn't give it. They obviously didn't have it anyway. They didn't have it because of the 21 billion black hole. But they wouldn't do it despite all the evidence, the legacy. It's quite completely within our devolution settlement that they should be sharing that responsibility. And now we've got that, as you said, Andrew, that 25 billion. And I think we also need to say the fact that we got that through in the budget as well, recognising our miners in terms of their pensions, the injustice, the decades of fighting and campaigning, which we all took part in. That's the Welsh Labour family. We've been campaigning for things, and we then saw the money in the budget. But that is about the fact that the leadership, which is obviously Keir and Eluned, working together, it's about respect. It's about not just respect, and that's the kind of word that David Cameron tried to use. It didn't last a day at all. But it's about recognition. It's about recognition of our powers and our responsibilities. And that's why I think we have had such good, not just the leadership is crucial in terms of Keir and Eluned, but then it obviously reflects in all the examples I've given about ministers seeking to meet with us as ministers and as colleagues. This is partnership in power. It's about treating each other as colleagues and recognising our responsibilities, our powers, and what we've sought to do as a Welsh Labour government in partnership with trade unions and our local government colleagues for so many years. So I think you can see the strength of that today. We've seen it this morning, haven't we? But actually it's about what they've done and how we've got that budget through and how we then deliver on it, delivering for Wales and Eluned's first 100 days. It was really great. Can I just say that we had the Tory debate last week. It was classic, really. The Tories put down this debate to sort of Eluned, the failure, they said, of Eluned's 100 days. Well, of course, Eluned used it to actually nail down every single thing that we've done, all the things we've been talking about over the last 100 days, and completely flawed them. And it was a ridiculous motion to put down in the first place. And of course, we can see it over the conference every day, every speaker from Welsh Government. And I think our colleagues will be able to name those achievements over the last 100 days. But obviously, we now work on that together, because the recognition, I think, from Keir today about the importance of every day leading up to 2026. And we had a good discussion together, MPs and MSs, yesterday at Airbus. Fantastic. That the partnership is about us working together as well for and with our leaders.
Thank you, Jane. That's absolutely right. And I'll echo that. The meeting we had yesterday at Broughton was really constructive, and it was really it was great to come together as many of us as we did. And when I was campaigning in Cardiff West in the general election, one of the most pertinent and moments that really resonated when you were knocking on doors was yes, kick out the Tories and what they've done the last 14 years, but it was actually talking to them about, well, what does the future hold? If you're talking about Welsh Labour and a Labour government in Westminster, what does that mean? And it is that partnership, constructive working together that really resonated on the doors, and as you've illustrated and we've seen today, I think is really showing the fruits just in its kind of early 4 months. Andrew, I think just in terms of local government, you've touched on some aspects of it already and just the contrast to the Tories in the last 14 years. But what do you think for local government, this Labour government in Westminster, working with the Welsh Labour government in Cardiff, will mean for local government over the next couple of years?
I think my starting point is you either have a government that values and recognises public services or you don't. Pretty much for the last 14 years, it's been they don't. The difference having, for example, the budget, we've talked quite a lot about the budget recently, but a big one for us in local government we are really obviously keen on is the comprehensive spending review next spring, because one of the big issues we've faced as local government, and in credit to Welsh Government ministers, you know, the lateness of having a single year budget means it is pressure on Welsh Government in occasions, because we've had budgets from UK Government well into November, meaning that Welsh Government didn't know what this budget was going to be, so they lay sometimes just for Christmas. A couple of years we've had to have a draft budget after Christmas. That's meant that local government has had to go out and consult very quickly, right up against the deadline, and unfortunately making service changes and cuts that potentially we might not if we had more time to plan. I think if we get to a position, and it's been suggested by UK Labour now, that having a 5-year capital programme, that is a massive step forward where we can properly plan infrastructure, whether it's schools, whether it's for health, whether it's for transport, etc. You can really plan on that basis. And similar with the revenue budget. Unfortunately, I seem to be a bit of a jinx. I came into local government 20 years ago this year, but it was 2008 I became a cabinet member. My first time being involved in a budget process was 2009. And unfortunately, the credit crunch came, and I think at the time, prior to me being a cabinet member, local government in Wales used to get about a +6 each year in funding. I think, Jane, at a period, you was the finance minister. And then, of course, the Tories came in and we had austerity, and overnight, we were expecting a plus budget, and it became a minus, I think it was 3.7, which it doesn't sound a lot, a minus 3.7, but if you're planning on a +5 or +6, a 10% swing in your budget for my local authority at that time was close to £40 million. So in the space of 2 months, I had to work out with other colleagues, how are you going to find £40 million worth of savings? By having that conversation where you get a government that understands public services need time to plan, you need to understand what's coming in terms of capital and revenue, you can work through, even if you've got difficult choices and difficult decisions, the time you have to plan for that over the medium term is really important, because at the end of the day, it's services people rely on, and it's a lot of public sector jobs, and the previous government just, you know, I used to write to the Chancellor as leader of the WLGA with other colleagues, and like finance spokesperson Anthony Hunter's done a fantastic job in the WLGA with myself, and we've written to UK government ministers previously, and sometimes it'd be 3 or 4 months before we get a reply. And then it would be a minister, it would be some understudy who I've never even heard of. I'd have to Google to find out who that person was. And all they've written back to say is, we note your letter, thank you very much. And the difference in relationship, like I say, it is a step change. And even if we have difficulties, by having governments at different levels working together, that's the way to get through difficulties. It's not by this kind of, you know, either end of the M4 conversations that used to go on previously.
Absolutely. And Tom, what does 2 Labour governments mean for workers in Wales?
Well, loads. I mean, I was just thinking as we were going through some of the examples there, I mean, the key piece of legislation, well, there's 2 key events that have happened, isn't there? There's the budget, but there's also the New Deal for Working People being implemented, right? Now, in one respect, for Westminster, it's welcome to the party, isn't it? You know, we've done some great work here together in Wales with the Senedd, the trade unions and party members in stopping some of the worst onslaught of the Tories' last trade union bill, which made it really, really difficult for us to organise. That's the truth of it, and they knew exactly what they were doing and why they were doing it. But there's other problems as well. The world of work has changed fundamentally since the last time Labour were in power in Westminster, and there are all these things that are thrown up by some demands which are, we would all say we don't disagree with: the flexible work, the ability to change, the changing shape of our labour market, the way that people don't stay in jobs so long. These are all things that are thrown up by the modern labour market. But the Tories have never been interested in creating a framework that protects workers in that, not just through trade union membership, but non-trade union members as well. So that piece of legislation is absolutely groundbreaking. It will change the way we organise. And most importantly for us, particularly here in Wales, it will allow us the ability to create situations where, and all trade unions are very, very big on this, we want to see with private sector employers and public sector employers collective bargaining and a development towards that. Because what all the statistics show broadly, and it won't surprise anyone in this hall, is that if you have a unionised workplace with collective bargaining, your terms and conditions are better, you're more likely to work there for longer, you've got a more democratic workforce, it's a generally environmentally clean workforce, it's a better place to work, you hardly leave. So this is all good news for Wales, because actually what we're seeing and what we've seen through austerity is lots of good quality jobs hollow out in the private sector through companies leaving and not investing, using things like Brexit or skill shortages as a way to dress it all up. And in local government and in the Welsh government, you've been given very, very tough financial settlements, and we've argued with you both all the way along on them all, and we probably will continue to do so. But what that has seen is good quality jobs hollowed out in places like the valleys. Whereas once the factory showed we relied on local government to be somewhere where people can have a good quality career, well, those jobs just don't exist anymore. So for us, having the ability to have all of to speak with government to look and decide how we develop that agenda and use the New Deal for working people as a way to build with employers and change the shape of employment is huge. It's a huge step change in the way that Wales will work, and we'll all see the benefits. And it's only 120 days or something. So the biggest pieces of legislation we front loaded. I think the other thing is this. What's really interesting is over the last since Labour have taken power is there are so many good ideas. There is so much appetite and excitement to change things for the better in this hall and throughout the party, and people sometimes get a bit scratchy about the speed in which that comes. What's absolutely essential is done in a way that makes it achievable. I think what you saw under Liz Truss was when you just offer things on ideological purposes without any basis, it crashes the economy. We're all paying higher fuel bills than we will. Inflation has eaten away at our incomes. So what's important is by working together, the three of us can develop long-term plans which will allow workers in Wales to benefit.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can tell when you're sat in Parliament and they're throwing out their stuff at Keir, whether it's a PMQs or whether it was against Joe at Welsh Questions or any debate where there's just no acceptance of the reality of the damage that they did over the last 14 years and no apology. And that is something that we have to keep hammering home, because as we've said on the stage, you can't be complacent about it, and we have to remind the voters out there. And so to that point, Jane, I'm interested in what you said about needing to speak more about the budget and the budget settlement for Wales, the unlocking of 21 billion. What do you think colleagues, our movement can do in this room and take back to constituencies in order to sort of reinforce that message, talking about that partnership and, of course, in the build-up to the 26th Senedd elections?
Well, of course, this time of year, I think, Andrew, we're all stuck into our budget making for the next financial year. And, I mean, obviously, one of the big challenges that we have in partnership is getting our message over, isn't it? The communications. It's no good just having one good announcement one day or a great speech here at the party conference. We really have got to get the message over of what the budget will mean for people, and also what else we would want to do in terms of our plans. I mean, we have a programme for government, of course, which brought us in 2021 and got our 30 seats, and we are continuing to deliver on that. But I think just in terms of some of the discussions that we've been having today, we know that for 2026, moving on to 2026, people do want to see having a Labour government in Westminster, having Welsh Labour government, having our local government colleagues, that we are actually working to tackle injustice, tackle inequality, improve. Obviously, we've got our 4 priorities. Iechyd da, good health, in terms of announcement only a few weeks ago by Jeremy Miles of the 30 million to tackle waiting lists, the work that we're doing on education together in partnership as well as all of the challenges that we have in terms of meeting net zero. I think people just want to see that together we are going to make a change. That's the feedback that's coming back, that they see that Eluned, now a fresh woman leader, has been listening all through the summer, has been working in partnership. And can I just say, a partnership with the people of Wales, not just partnership between us and elected bodies and governments. The people of Wales, the workers of Wales, want to feel that we're on their side. And so there is a lot of just making sure that, and for branches, for our colleagues here, for our members, our trade union movement, we've got to get over that positive message. We're on your side. This budget's going to make a difference. Our Welsh Government and local government budgets will be tough. There's no question about it. We're not, this is the start of recovery from, we've got that 22 billion pound black hole to overcome, but that we can give hope to people, because that's what people want. They want hope. They want prosperity. They want to tackle inequality, and I think also we want to motivate people to come forward and stand for the election. We've had a really good meeting this morning, the Charter for Women, and we've got a meeting tomorrow with the BAME members as well, to encourage people to come forward. That's the message I wanted to give this morning, to be part of that partnership in 2026. So put your names forward for selection. But it is, it is about the message of hope. It's about what we can deliver as a result of the partnership, the budget, and then, when Mark stands up and gives his presents his draft budget on the 10th of December, it will be reflecting the fact that we've now got a Westminster government that's looking to our needs and the needs of the people of Wales.
Absolutely. I'm not going to ask either of you to what are your requests, or what you'd like to see in the budget.
A shopping list? Come on,
yeah,
we got to go.
It's not enough time, Tom. But I know you'll be having those conversations anyway. I'll just reiterate from the kind of perspective of members of Parliament. I have the privilege of being elected as the chair of the Welsh PLP, Parliamentary Labour Party. That just means I sort of chair the group of the Welsh peers and the Welsh MPs in Westminster. And the very first meeting we had after the election, Eluned came to speak to us, which was a really positive signal, really well received. And since then, working with her team, with our colleagues, and our colleagues, not just, as you've said, Jane, rightly, in the Senedd, but in local government, in the trade union movement, and with our members, I think we're really feeling that partnership and power, and how we can really work together in order to continue to deliver for people, for Wales. Take absolutely nothing for granted, and there's a lot of work we absolutely need to do, but to do so in a partnership, and that's certainly the enthusiasm I think we're feeling, and we've started to see on this stage. I think that's probably a good moment to wrap up, because I think we're coming up to time. I just want to thank each of our... Oh, I'm being told 5 minutes. That's very kind.
There is time for the shopping list.
There is time for the shopping list. Further to what you've said, Jane, just in terms of obviously the next few weeks of the budget, and then taking that movement out, taking that discussion out, in terms of local government, Andrew, what is it that you think you can do? And then Tom, I'll come to you in terms of helping to sort of develop on not just the budget that Rachel and Keir laid down, but obviously the one Mark will stand up to give in a couple of weeks' time.
I think it's just also important to recognise and reflect on the things we are doing and have been doing for many years. One of the big things for us is 21st Century Schools programmes. We've been building schools relentlessly, renewing schools in Wales. My own local authority recently, our SOP was approved around another £300 million and another 11 schools to be built over the coming years. That was all scrapped in England. And when I think it was the two Prime Minister goes, they said that they were going to have a building target of 50 schools a year, and everybody was in, the Tories benches were all clapping and saying, that's fantastic, 50. When you've got tens of thousands of schools, 50 a year doesn't really work. When you consider the number of schools being built in Wales, and the real choices and tough choices that the Welsh Government's had to make with local government, because we put 35% funding and Welsh Government put 65%, but our key pledge has been, for a number of terms now, building new modern facilities and modernising school estate is a priority. Young people should have the very best facilities. That is something that doesn't happen across the board, and I really think we should see how council house building, a social house building. We've been turning out thousands of units across Wales year in, year out. Big amounts of money going into social housing programme from Welsh Government. In England, it was paid right back to the bone. There are lots of good examples, and I think it's important we don't just take those examples for granted. Just because we've been doing it for a number of years, we need to say that actually it's only because there was a conscious political decision by Welsh Government working with the Labour local authorities to deliver these programmes that we are where we are. And I hope now with more funding, Mark Drayford recently made a very poignant point again. The last Tory Chancellor, when they delivered their budget, they increased the capital spending to Wales by £1 million a year. The capital increase this time around is £250 million. The difference that gives the opportunity to do more investment, whether it's in better public transport, whether it's in schools, hospital estates, there's lots of areas to invest capital. We need more capital to help drive our infrastructure and drive the economy as well. The difference is stark.
And you rightly talk about schools. I mean, we had that incredible situation then when roofs were literally falling down, and the then Tory Education Secretary thought we should be congratulating her because she was doing a, quote, effing good job. I've slightly sanitised that given its pre-watershed. Tom, what do you think?
Well, I know we don't do shopping lists, but I want to say I think the one thing we definitely want is a repeat of Lynyd's disco last night. Yeah, I was told Brat's summer was over. It's just beginning. I thought that was fantastic. But I think in terms of what we want, I think there's a lot of things that we need to get right in this country. It's very much that fixing the foundations part of it. We need an industrial strategy. We've spent the last 14 years, possibly longer on certain things, arguing about what should be done. And the result of when we don't get that stuff right, and there's been no industrial strategy, is Port Talbot. And the truth is there are many industries in this country that are like that. I think if you fix the foundations on that and get a strong industrial strategy, it'll naturally lead to other things. We'll be speaking about Wilver in a bit. We think that's a priority for us, creating thousands of good quality jobs here. And the truth of it is, it's not going to be GMB or the trade unions just going to speak to Starmer and the PLP about it. It's about us all working on it, and that's what we're calling for later. So, I mean, for us, it's about making sure that by fixing those long-term issues now, whilst the political capital there, the will, the drive, and frankly, the goodwill between us all is still together, that is the way that we think we can produce an equitable future for our members.
Brilliant. Thanks, Tom. Well, I think we're at the end of our slot now. I'll take that as a good moment to wrap up. Can I just thank our excellent panel for everything they're doing and everything they're continuing to do and that they will do. So Jane, Andrew and Tom, and thank everybody for listening, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
So thanks very much to the panel for that, and I hope that those of you who've stayed and listened have taken the notes from that, and it's really an interesting and exciting time for Welsh Labour. So we're going to move on to the next section, which is a debate now on green jobs and growth. And as we begin this debate section for this morning, I'm going to turn to a short video to introduce the section on green jobs and growth. So can we see the video?
Labour Farm Organics got 800-acre farm full of biodiversity, full of ecology.
Nghynhadledd Cymru is a brand new renewable company. We've already created 25 jobs here in Wales. We're looking to create 45 by the end of 2025. I've lived here in Carwyn Bay for about 10 years now. The local politicians have actually managed to achieve a lot in terms of recycling in Wales.
Here in Wales, we're so lucky to have a beautiful environment to live in.
It's really important for us that the way that we farm enhances what the environment offers, and we've got to be encouraged that the people that are engaged in the policies are working with all our best interests at heart.
I think Wales is working collaboratively to actually ensure that we can deliver apprenticeships, we can deliver skills right across Wales.
Wales is ranked as the second best recycling country in the world. People of Wales should be really proud of that.
Much more reassuring that there are discussions happening about how UK and Welsh farming align.
There's a real opportunity now for Labour in Wales to work collaboratively with the UK government so we can really accelerate and deliver that ambition for Wales, not just delivering the net zero ambition, but also ensure that Wales benefits economically through jobs and through supply chain opportunities.
That was great. Thanks very much. Now, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Rebecca Evans, the Minister for Economy, Energy and Planning, to open our debate.
Thank you. Well, Bwrda, good morning, everyone, and what a pleasure it was to hear our Prime Minister talking this morning about a future based on partnership. Two Labour governments working together for the people of Wales and with the people of Wales. He talked about a new era of partnership and of shared ambitions, and those shared ambitions are to deliver clean power by 2030, to build the prosperous industries of the future, and to deliver high-quality, green-skilled jobs. I'm really proud to be leading on the economy in our Welsh Labour government, and together with energy and planning, that does provide a really unique opportunity to deliver the First Minister's priority area of green jobs and growth. To do that, we need to create the right economic conditions for businesses and workers to thrive. And that includes having reliable, affordable and clean sources of energy. As global markets were thrown into turmoil following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, all parts of society felt the impact of the UK's over-reliance on fossil fuels. But thankfully, we now have a UK Labour government which has set out a new direction for energy policy to make the UK a clean energy superpower. And Wales has a fundamental role to play in achieving that. Our policies are unashamedly in favour of renewable energy projects so that we can meet our target to generate enough electricity to meet our own demands. And our targets underpin our efforts to increase local ownership so that the benefits stay here in Wales. We've established Ymunwch Cymru, Wales's very own publicly owned energy company, that will develop projects retaining the income and the benefits and the value right here in Wales. As the Prime Minister has said, Wales is at the very heart of the mission to supercharge efforts to make Britain a clean energy superpower. And we'll be working with Great British Energy to realise even greater opportunity. Conference ambitious actions are needed to meet our targets. In the 2 months since I've been in post, I've approved 5 decisions on major new renewable energy projects, which will together contribute over 280 megawatts of renewable energy for Wales, and that's enough to power 180,000 homes. We know that planning makes a major contribution to green growth, and accelerating planning decisions is one of this Welsh Government's top priorities. I'm taking decisive steps to streamline the planning and consenting process for renewable energy projects, as well as other large-scale devolved infrastructure. So this week, I've announced that we will speed up consent on all renewable planning projects up to 50 megawatts by delegating decision-making power to inspectors, and that will reduce the decision-making time on applications by at least 12 weeks. I'll also shortly be consulting on increasing planning application fees, and I'll also be setting out some proposals to increase our pipeline of planners. And of course, I will always ensure that our communities play their full part in the journey towards our energy future. Our economic mission shared with the UK Government is focused on growth built on stability, investment and reform. Working with a Labour Secretary of State for Wales, we have been able to utilise levers from across both governments, with £80 million being made available to support businesses and workers in Port Talbot after the UK Conservative government left that commitment unfunded. Our partnership in Power will ensure a pro-business and pro-worker environment, with competition, planning and regulatory frameworks that support innovation, research, investment and high-quality jobs. Entrepreneurship, innovation and productivity are key to our economic mission. The Welsh Government's Business Wales and the Development Bank for Wales have supported businesses from right across Wales, helping them get off the ground and fly. We're seeing record-breaking increases in entrepreneurial activity in Wales, with new figures showing the highest ever level of early-stage business rates in Wales. And business growth has extended for the 4th consecutive month in Wales, reflecting a growing confidence that companies have to invest here. And in Deeside, we have secured £1 billion investment in Shotton Mill to produce cardboard from paper waste, powered by biomass fuel, creating and safeguarding hundreds of green jobs. Conference social enterprises are a key part of our vision for a fairer, more sustainable and more prosperous Wales. And we're investing £1.7 million a year to support social businesses to develop and to grow. And the foundational economy is central to my vision for the economy as a whole and to delivering fair work for our nation. And, of course, we are drawing on the strength of our regions in areas such as city deals and free ports. And we'll work across sectors, continuing to strengthen our alliances across borders through the Western Gateway Partnership, the Marches Partnership and the Mersey-Dee Alliance. And Wales is leading in areas such as advanced manufacturing in aerospace, in our world-renowned food and drink industry, and in the design, development and commercialisation of semiconductors, which are integral to our net zero journey. I'm pleased to announce today that I have just approved funding of £5 million to further strengthen the semiconductor sector cluster in South East Wales, supporting Vichy Newport to provide those high-quality, green, skilled jobs and to facilitate future investment in new technologies. Fair, safe and secure work environments where workers have a voice are good for business and good for employees. When workers feel heard and valued, they contribute ideas and innovations. And that's why we want businesses to collaborate with trade unions, seriously benefiting business, employees and the wider economy. So working in partnership, in power, together, we can and will deliver that brighter future for us all. And Conference Wales is very much open for business. Thank you, diolch yn fawr.
So thanks very much for that, Rebecca. And Rebecca's shown us the way and how we're going to stick to our timings. So thank you for that. Can I now ask delegates to consult the Standing Orders Committee's report? So we're going to be discussing 5 motions. And what I intend to do is ask the mover of each of the 5 motions to come to the rostrum and move their motion. I'm then going to ask for someone to formally second from the floor the motion so that we can go on to debate. And that way we'll treat all the motions hopefully equally and that none will be rushed towards the end of a debate. So you will, as is mentioned many times, you will see the time restrictions and how many minutes you've all got to speak, and we will be sticking to that. Sorry? Point of order. Go on then, quickly.
In your opening statements to the debate, you referenced that second from the floor, seconders absolutely have the right to speak at this podium when they are seconding their motions.
Well, no, but what we've decided to do is to ask all the movers to move their motions, second from the floor formally, and then we're going to open to debate. So if you've got a voice that you want to be heard in the debate, you can do so. You can attract my attention, or so that's the way we're going to conduct this, or we'll never get, well, we can either do it your way, which means we'll probably get 2 motions done, so the rest will just automatically fall, or we'll do it my way, which gives everybody an equality way of talking. So there you go. If you want to try and catch my eye during the debate, you can do. So we're going to move to consider motion 1, which we'll find in the standing order report. And the motion on steel and industrial strategy has been submitted by community. Can I ask a community delegate to come to move motion 1, please?
Conference. Reg Guttridge speaking on behalf of Community Union. It is a pleasure to speak in support of today's motion on the steel industry, which is a cornerstone of our union. Steel has been a big part of my life. I worked in the blast furnace at Llandudno from 1994 to 2001, then moved down to the blast furnaces at Port Talbot for 7 years before heading back to Llandudno in 2008. I've been Community's branch secretary at Llandudno since 2011. I'm also chair of the multi-union on the site. So safe to say that the steel industry takes up a lot of my time and energy, and I wouldn't have it any other way. But it's not just about me, though. The steel industry has been a huge part of our national life in Wales. It's helped shape our Welsh identity, as it's forged strong communities from Port Talbot to Newport to Llanelli to Shotton. While we should always celebrate the traditions of history and Welsh steel, we should never talk about our industry in the past tense. Despite the challenges we faced and still face, there can still be a bright future for steelmaking in Wales. And the world-class metal products we make here can help build the new, low-carbon, sustainable future our country and the rest of the UK needs. As Community's General Secretary Roy Rickus often said, you can't build a greener economy without a healthy steel industry. Whether it's for offshore or onshore wind turbines, electric vehicles, energy-efficient buildings, or any other form of green infrastructure in the public or private sector, steel is the key ingredient. And there is no reason why we shouldn't produce that steel here in Wales. We've got the experience to make a success of it. That's why it's important that we take action to improve the bad deal from Tata and previous Conservative government and signed off for Port Talbot and Llandudno. The situation is still challenging, but thanks to the negotiations we've held with the company and the important intervention of the new Labour government, we have strengthened commitments to jobs and investments in Port Talbot and all of the downstream sites. This really shows the value of Labour and the trade unions working together for our people. That same principle to support the centre in Avon Shopping Centre, a collaboration between Community, the Welsh Labour Government and other key stakeholders working together to support those affected by the situation at Tata. It's not just talking the talk, but walking the walk, to be there for our members and our communities, practical, moral trade unionism in difficult times. While these are all positive developments, we should never have reached a stage where so many jobs have been lost. Tata must, of course, take responsibility for that, but a great deal of blame also lies with the previous Tory government. Over their 14 years in Downing Street, steel was nothing more than an afterthought for them. The fact they had a whopping 13 different steel ministers in a time frame tells you a lot about how much they priority give to our industry. It's fantastic we have now a Labour government which can right some of the wrongs over the last 14 years, starting with implementing a proper industrial strategy. We're really pleased that the Business Secretary, Jonathan Reynolds, has committed to a comprehensive steel strategy which is due to be published in the spring. This is the exact kind of approach we've been calling for over many years and has the potential to make a huge difference. It is vital the Welsh Labour Government and the Senate engage in the government in Westminster to make that policy plan a success. A joint approach between the government at both ends of the M4 can have a game-changing impact and can help put Wales where it belongs, at the heart of the UK steel industry for the 2030s and beyond. Conference, please support our motion.
Thank you. Is that formally seconded? Somebody want to formally second that? Formally? Yeah, thank you. Second motion then we're going to include in the debate is the motion by GMB on Wales needs Wilver. So a member from the GMB?
Bore da, good morning. Conference, Aaron, Bevan John, GMB Union, moving our motion on Wilver. Conference, today is a pivotal moment for our nation's energy future. For over a decade, we've seen dithering and delay from the Tories, who have failed to make tough decisions needed to secure our country's energy needs. And the result has been rising costs, energy insecurity, and missed opportunities for jobs and growth. Now, with the UK Labour government working hand in hand with the Labour government in Wales, we can chart a different course. With Hinkley Point C due to be completed and Sizewell C close to kicking off, Britain has laid the foundations for our energy supply for this century. These projects are not just about keeping the lights on, they're about delivering well-paid jobs, revitalising communities, and laying the foundations for a net zero Britain. We must remember that there is no net zero without new nuclear. Nowhere is this clearer than in Wales. Hinkley Point C has already delivered thousands of well-paid union and Welsh jobs. 1 in 3 workers on Western Europe's largest building site are from Wales. And Conference, if we are to secure a sustainable future, we need longer-term plans and a pipeline for nuclear projects for us in Wales. That means a new large-scale nuclear build at Wilver in Ynys Môn. Wilver is the first choice site for such a project. It's a huge opportunity, one that can transform the economy of North Wales, drive investment, and bring hope to communities that deserve better. But to seize this opportunity, we need to action. We need everyone to play their part. 2 governments, Labour governments, on both ends of the M4 corridor, working together, hand in hand. Industry, science and technology, and trade unions to realise this vision together. This is about more than just energy. It's about leadership, vision, and the kind of Wales we want to build and to see. A Wales that embraces the future, secures prosperity for its people, and plays its part in achieving net zero. And while Wilver is about our energy security, a net zero future, and skilled, secure work, it's also crucial for our party. A Labour Party that delivers Wilfer will be rewarded by voters in Ynys Môn, Bangor, Aberconwy, and across Wales, securing a future for young people, keeping Welsh-speaking communities from fragmenting by providing long-term career opportunities, careers that still give people dignity and purpose, as well as pay and security in union jobs. Conference, we know that the far right gain ground with people that those they know will lose the most. When the Labour strips them of dignity rather than provides them with Labour, they're more likely to vote right-wing. That lack of purpose and dignity, the feeling of a system being rigged against them, every single time they turn up to clock into work, turns that unhappiness into anger at the ballot box. And it's that unhappiness that the likes of Farage and Trump feed off. There is no quick fix to dealing with reform and the rise of a newer, more right-wing Tory party. There's also no silver bullet, but the closest thing to it is secure, dignified, unionised, well-paid work. Wilver would provide that in spades. So let's get those spades in the ground in Ynys Môn. Let's not let this opportunity slip away. Together, we can build a better Wales with nuclear power, a better future for Wales, for the UK, and for all our future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask that motion 2 is formally seconded? Thank you. We now move to motion 3, is on fire and rehire, and has been submitted by Unite. Can I ask for a member from Unite, delegate from Unite, to move motion 3, please?
Chair, Conference, John O'Davis, Unite the Union, speaking on motion 3. Today, I stand before you to speak out against a deeply troubling and unfair practice in the world of work, fire and rehire. It is a term we have all heard of. During the pandemic, 26,000 BA staff were threatened with a degradation of the terms and conditions, as were workers in Clarks and Somerset, where both sets of workers beat the greedy bosses. And then it was tried again in 2022, when P&O sacked 800 workers who unfortunately were not as lucky and lost their jobs. We were promised then that this practice would be banned and legislation would be changed, but we still wait. Whilst it might sound like a simple business decision, it is in fact a tactic that undermines workers' rights, exploits vulnerable employees, and weakens the trust that is essential to any workplace. It is a practice that must be outlawed immediately. At its core, fire and rehire is a process where an employer can dismiss an employee and then offer the terms to rehire them on less favourable terms or conditions. These new terms could mean lower wages, reduced benefits, longer working hours, or the erosion of important job protections. The employer may even threaten to fire employees outright unless they accept these new conditions. It is a tactic designed to circumvent negotiations and force workers to accept changes that they would otherwise not agree to. All of these things that are currently happening in Oscar Mayer, in Wrexham, where workers are not willing to just accept the up to £3,000 loss in wages, changes to breaks and enhanced payments for working bank holidays. The dispute started in the spring of 2024 and has developed into an all-out strike in September, where we find ourselves today. Workers are actually losing their jobs because they do not agree to the changes proposed by the business. They are sacked for not agreeing to the detrimental terms. So why should this practice be outlawed? First and foremost, fire and rehire creates an environment of fear and insecurity. Imagine working for years doing your job well, and then suddenly being told that you are no longer needed unless you accept significantly worse terms that should lead to financial instability for employees, who may feel pressured to accept the new terms just to keep their jobs. In industries where fire and rehire is commonly used, job security becomes a distant memory. This undermines workers' ability to plan, save, and live with peace of mind. The practice preys on the employees who are vulnerable, particularly in times of economic difficulty, or in sectors where jobs are scarce. Employers know that many workers, especially those with families to support, or those who face barriers to finding alternative employment, will reluctantly accept the new terms rather than risk being made unemployed. It is a tactic that uses power dynamics to force workers into situations where they are forced to choose between bad options or unemployment. Fire and rehire also bypasses the fundamental principles of fair labour negotiations. Workers, through their unions or through open dialogue with their employers, should have the opportunity to discuss and negotiate changes to the terms of employment. Instead, fire and rehire removes any meaningful negotiation, leaving employees with no choice but to comply or lose their job. One of the key ingredients for a successful organisation is trust. Trust between the employer and the employee fosters loyalty, productivity and cooperation. Employees who have been through this process will know that their job is always under threat, and the bond between them and the employer will deteriorate. If fire and rehire is allowed to continue as an accepted practice in any form, it sends a dangerous precedent for other employers to follow. It makes it easier for companies to justify cutting costs at the expense of workers and eroding standards. Conference, let us be clear. Fire and rehire is not about business flexibility or responding to challenges, especially when companies have been asset stripped. It is about exploiting workers and pushing them into unfair situations. It creates instability, diminishes workers' rights, and harms the very fabric of a healthy, productive workforce. No, did I?
Yeah. Go on, I'll give you an extra 15 seconds for that. Go on.
For the sake of fairness, dignity and protection of the workers everywhere, fire and rehire must be outlawed. Let us stand up for the rights of workers to feel secure, respected and valued in their jobs. Let us create workplaces where employees can negotiate terms freely, where livelihoods are not held hostage and where their hard work is rewarded, not used as a bargaining chip for profit. And we need this now, not in 2 years' time. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask for that to be formally seconded? Seconded, thank you. It's perhaps just a chance to say to everybody, can you just check your mobile phones, please? And make sure they're on silent or even switched off. That would be good. Thank you. So motion 4 is on challenges facing retail in the high street. It's been submitted by Usdaw, so can I ask a member from Usdaw to come and move motion 4, please?
Thank you, Chair. Conference. Mike Walker from Usdaw, speaking on behalf of Usdaw's members in Wales. Retail is an industry that is very close to the hearts of many people. Many of us have worked in retail at some point in our lives, and our parents, brothers, sisters and children all have jobs in the industry. Yet the state of the high streets of so many towns across Wales is a source of sadness and frustration for many of us. To see places that were once a community hub looking so tired, with businesses struggling to stay afloat, antisocial behaviour, filling gaps where community spirit used to thrive. It's depressing. And for those of us who work in the industry, it's heartbreaking to see the industry that we work in, that we are proud of, on its knees. Conference, we all witnessed the decline of bricks and mortar retail industry. As retail has moved to more and more online, and the impact on our high streets has become clear. And what started more than a decade ago was hastened along its journey when the coronavirus struck. In Wales, that decline has been felt particularly severely. According to the Welsh Retail Consortium, just over 1 in 6 shops in Wales are now empty. But Conference, there are some green shoots to give us hope. The Welsh Labour Government's Retail Action Plan is working to support the retail industry in Wales, trying to get it back into good health. And Welsh Labour has started to tackle some of the practical challenges bricks and mortar retailers face, with the local government finance bill which supports high street retailers to cope with their rates, bills, and this was passed in the Senate in July. And Labour in Westminster have made some important commitments to retail industry too, not only with economic measures for retailers, with action for retail workers. Labour's New Deal for Workers will make a huge difference to retail workers, helping to deliver better pay and security in work, and notably tackling the appalling rates of violence and abuse across the retail sector. The Westminster Government has already announced a new standalone offence for assaulting or abusing retail workers, alongside other measures to tackle retail crime. It's a good start, but there is much more to be done if we are to secure the jobs of retail workers in Wales in the longer term. The retail sector directly employs around 139,000 people in Wales. It's the largest private sector employer. And retail isn't only a key part of the economic infrastructure, there are individual workers, proudly committed to the industry they work in, with families and financial commitments like all workers in Wales. It's clear that retail is a fundamental part of our economy in Wales. It needs to be at the heart of Welsh Labour's campaign for the election in 2026, with a strategic plan for growth in the sector after the election. This is why we are calling upon Welsh Labour to keep up their support and investment in the retail sector, to support retail workers with an action plan to tackle retail crime, and to support local communities so that they can invest in the local economy, transport networks and our failing high streets, driving economic growth, with a strong and vibrant retail sector, and with the support of Welsh Labour Government that prioritises retail jobs and retail workers in Wales. Conference, please support.
Thank you. Can I ask for that to be formally seconded? Formally, thank you. So the final motion to be included in for this debating session is motion 5, which is from the Musicians' Union on music and cultural institutions in Wales. Can I ask for a member from the Musicians' Union to come and move their motion?
Orada, good morning, colleagues. I'm Andy, the regional organiser for the Musicians' Union in Wales and South West England, and it's great to be here with you today at conference to move our motion on music and cultural institutions in Wales. The Musicians' Union has been standing up for the rights of musicians for over 130 years, and now has over 35,000 members across the UK. We're really pleased to be affiliated with the Labour Party, to have worked with you on this year's amazing victory in the general election, and to be working towards more success in 2026. We have so much to be proud of in Wales, including what the Labour Party has achieved. To take just a few examples, that includes the pioneering Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, the creation of Creative Wales, and the new National Music Service for Wales. I also want to say thank you to Welsh Government for providing an additional £5 million of funding for culture, sport and heritage this autumn, including £1.5 million for the Arts Council of Wales. That funding will help to support organisations delivering valuable work across Wales and beyond. But having said all that, we also know that we face major challenges and there is more to do, including on music and culture, now in partnership with the UK Labour Government. We have to be clear that music is not a luxury. It's a crucial part of our heritage, our communities and health and well-being. And thanks to the First Minister and Deputy Leader for illustrating that so brilliantly earlier. It's also important economically. A new report commissioned by the Arts Council of Wales shows that for every pound of public funding received by them, £2.51 went back into the economy. And arts and culture in Wales had a turnover of £1.64 billion in 2023-2024. Problems with music and culture in Wales reflect broader challenges in the sector across the UK, including rising costs, particularly the cost of touring, changes in behaviour since the pandemic, AI and more. But I also want to highlight that one of the challenges of devolution is finding a place for culture among all the other pressing issues we face, at national and local levels. We must continue to protect and support culture in Wales. That's crucial for our communities, well-being and economy, but it's also important politically. We face a much greater challenge in asking voters to support Welsh Labour in 2026 if their local venue is closed and shuttered. A thriving culture sector that the public can benefit from across Wales and that is engaging with and supporting their community can only help us in the next election. This motion focuses on two specific issues among those broader concerns: music education and Welsh National Opera. One of Welsh Labour's achievements since the last Senedd election was creating a national plan for music education and a national music service for Wales to deliver it. That was Welsh Labour delivering on its manifesto and delivering for Wales, but the work isn't done. The initial 3-year funding agreement is about to end in the spring, and we need to secure further funding for this national service so we continue delivering on our commitment in the run-up to the election. In fact, if we want to go further in achieving our aims for the service, particularly in terms of doing more to broaden access to music to all children and young people, regardless of their financial position, we need to secure further funding. Welsh National Opera, on the other hand, has been around for over 80 years, founded in 1943 by ordinary people who wanted a national opera company rooted in Wales' musical heritage. But despite that long history, WNO is now under threat due to previous funding cuts in England and Wales, combined with poor management. That is putting jobs in the orchestra and chorus at risk and threatening the overall future of the company, as well as their touring work. We need to secure a sustainable future for WNO that enables it to continue its touring across Wales and its excellent work with children and on health and well-being. So, conference, I hope that illustrates briefly the importance of these issues, and I want to secure agreement here on the need to continue the party's work on these issues. Thank you to the work for supporting this motion and understanding our intention to encourage continuing collective work on these issues. It's great to be able to address you on this topic, and I urge all of you to support this motion and the need to continue to work in partnership on these issues. Thank you. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. And again, can that be formally seconded? Thank you very much. Right, I'm now going to open up this section for a grouped debate. Can I just remind you all it's 3 minutes when you get to the rostrum, and we are timing it. So can members show if they want to speak, please? Okay, yours. I'll take you. You first, yeah. Yeah. lady there. Yeah, and then you. Yeah, I'll take those three first and then take them as well. So that's 4. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, fine. Yeah. Carry on. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Jamie Green, Cardiff North Labour Party, and I'm the proud child of 4 generations of steelworkers from Talbot, so I'm speaking on motion 1. Steel has put food on the table for many generations of my family, and it's been key to the identity of the town of Port Talbot. And in fact, British steel is of such high quality that my grandfather, Francis Green, once went around the world teaching other nations how to make steel the British way. But the last Tory government had nearly 10 years to renew the steel industry. When there was the steel crisis in 2015, they could have invested and they could have renewed, but instead they went for managed decline. And what's absolutely outrageous is that the Tories used taxpayer money to scrap 2,000 jobs in Port Talbot and nearly 9,500 across the supply chain, according to research. Instead of giving the steel industry a hand, the Tories gave the people of Port Talbot the finger, and we will never forgive them for that. Our UK Labour government is right and ambitious to make Britain a clean energy superpower, and to do that, we're going to need steel. So I welcome this motion, and I definitely welcome the calls for a strategy to renew the industry. However, I think public ownership must be on the table if we're to revive steel. We need to pool the risk and share the success of the industry. Let's tackle climate change, and let's create green jobs of the future, and let's do it with public ownership. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you.
Here in Marsden, Unite the Union. Nghynhadledd, I'll be speaking on motion 4. For the last 2.5 years, and approaching 3 Christmases, I've been proudly a retail worker. Since taking on as a role of the shop steward for Usdaw and a proud member of Unite, I've seen the fears and the concerns of the modern retail worker, many of whom you see day to day. Whether that be varied abuse and violence we receive over things that we consider simple, like Challenge 25 or product availability. I even once had an individual bring their brother into store after I refused the sale of alcohol due to him not having ID. He even tried to claim that he'd been in store every day that week. I had not seen him before. I started my retail journey in Morrison's on what Chapel Roan would call the HOTTODO counter, or as many of you may call it, the chicken counter. At this time, Tesco were beginning to close their fresh food counters, and many of my colleagues looked to me, and I even asked, are we next? After that, I moved to the checkouts department, where a proposed store refurb would see more main bank checkouts removed in favour of self-service machines. And again, many asked me, what will happen to us? Shortly after leaving Morrison's, they started to propose changes to their petrol filling stations, which saw moving long-term staff back into store and being replaced by workers who did not yet have trade unions to negotiate their pay or even collective bargaining. These are all common events, thoughts, and even concerns for the modern retail worker. In this modern world, our high streets have changed drastically. Even as a 24-year-old, I have witnessed how many businesses my mother and grandmother would have known since they were my age disappear almost overnight. Growing up just north of Newport, going shopping in the big city of Cardiff, and now living in Swansea, I often see empty shops and form a highlight of our high street sitting bare. Just the other day, a friend and I were discussing how there was almost a deserted Debenhams on many of our high streets, along with many ghosts of retail past. I just had to throw in a bit of a Christmas joke since we're nearly there. This motion reflects the modern issues facing people like me and the members that I represent, as well as the work the Welsh Government have done, and hopefully the work the Welsh Labour will do beyond the successful passing of this motion. I support this motion. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you.
Councillor Hugh Thomas, Councillor for Splot and Tremorva in Cardiff South and Penarth, and the leader of Cardiff Council. Conference, I will be speaking in support of all of these motions, and I do so because as a leader of the council, I can see how each one is relevant to the city that I lead and relevant to its future prosperity. The community I represent in Splot and Tremorva would not exist were it not for steel making. We had the hammer blow in the 70s of the loss of the Eastmoor works, and that spurred the change of Cardiff's economy towards a knowledge-based sector. But steelmaking in Splot continues at the Seltzer work, using electric arc technology in a perfect example of the circular economy that Welsh Government is trying to create. And there is a clear, virtuous link between investing and supporting our steel industry and investing in our energy industry, as the GMB motion calls for. Because we know that the cost of energy isn't just hurting our residents in their pockets, it is killing Welsh industry, steel making and other industries through the cost of energy. But we know also that there are hundreds of millions of pounds of Welsh steel going into the work at Hinkley C. And we know how, by delivering Wilfa and other projects, we can stimulate similar demand in North Wales into our steel making and into the construction industry. The Ystor motion underlines the centrality of the retail sector to Wales and indeed to Cardiff's economy. There are tens of thousands of workers in Cardiff working in this sector. And through a lot of hard work, I'm delighted that footfall in Cardiff is back to pre-COVID levels. And as the motion calls for, more council funding would allow us to protect that recovery and invest more in creating the environment and the events that bring people in to our shops, like the fantastic Cardiff Music City Festival that we held just last October with Welsh Government funding support that brought 20,000 plus to enjoy culture in the heart of Cardiff. And I'm so grateful to the Musicians Union for bringing this motion and for their support in making Cardiff a music city over the last 7 years. I want to finish by highlighting the importance that the Unite motion puts on socially responsible procurement and fair work. I'm proud that thanks to the policies we have put in place in Cardiff, 2/3 of all of our external spend as a council, 2/3 gets spent in Cardiff or the city region, and 3/4 of that money is spent within Wales. So that means that the new schools, the new council housing, the new community hubs that we are building in Cardiff don't just benefit our residents, they also benefit the Welsh economy. And I am proud of the leadership we have shown in Cardiff Council on paying the real living wage. Casting that vote back in 2012 to make Cardiff Council a real living wage employer remains the proudest vote I think I've ever cast as a politician. And since then, we've worked in partnership with industry and academia to roll that out more widely. We became, in 2019, the first UK living wage capital city, and that has seen over 10,000 people get a pay rise onto the real living wage.
Can you wind up, please?
Nearly £100 million extra into the Welsh economy. So let's look to 2026 as an opportunity to make Wales a living wage nation and make sure that a fair day's work really does mean a fair day's pay. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you.
Morning, Chair Conference. Stephen O'Connor, Mid and South Pembrokeshire. I'm speaking on motion 2, the fire and rehire. This is nothing new. Ever since Britain started industrialising, the bosses of the big industries have found ways of downgrading terms and conditions. They used to, in the early days, shut factories and try and starve people out so they could reduce the terms and conditions. Then they had lockouts. And this continues over and over through this, 100 and something years since we've been industrialised. This is just the latest method that bad businesses are trying to support their failing management, basically, because most poor industries are failed by poor management, not poor workforce. Fire and rehiring is just another step in eroding terms and conditions of workers. This is the Labour Party. We have to support the workers' rights and fight against poor businesses that are trying to erode terms and conditions. The way the businesses look at it, if they can produce their things cheaper, they can make more profit. They are not looking to pass down the extra money they're going to earn to the workforce or to the community. They want to put it in their own pocket at our expense. This, I'm not even going to call it a policy. This erosion of workers' rights has to be stopped. It has to be stopped now. And when they think of the next thing, we need to stop that as well. And again, because they will not stop trying to erode our terms and conditions. This is probably the biggest challenge to workers' rights at this moment. They will think of something else, believe me. We will be back here in 5-10 years fighting against whatever it is they think against or make up. So support this motion wholeheartedly. I also want to support motion 4 from USDOR. I have a long history with USDOR. They are known as a campaigning union for a reason. They are good at campaigning. They are good at what they do. If it wasn't for USDOR when I was in the retail of training me, when I was a shop steward and a health and safety rep, giving me the confidence to get up there and do things as an undiagnosed dyslexic, I would not have taken my Open University degree. I would not have become a maths teacher. Support the motions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Chair, Conference, Chris Binding, GMB, supporting Unite the Union's motion. We must applaud the Welsh Government's steps through Social Partnership and Public Procurement Act. By embedding fair work principles and socially responsible procurement into public policy, Wales really is leading the way in standing up for workers' rights. But we can and we must go further. We call on the Welsh Government to extend this ethos into the private sector, working with businesses to ensure that damaging practices like fire and rehire are consigned to the history books. Together, we can make Wales a nation where work is fair, secure and dignified, a place to work, a better place to work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Councillor Deb Davies, speaking on behalf of Newport East CLP, speaking on motion 1. Newport is a proud steel city, and for well over a century now, steel products made in Newport have been exported all over the world. So many people across the whole of Newport, Gwent and South Wales have a direct or indirect connection to our local steel industry and Llandudno works in particular. As a ward councillor who is a former steel worker, as one of my ward colleagues, I can vouch for how proud our steel workers are, proud of the role steel has played in shaping our community, proud of the bonds of comradeship they share with steel workers across the country, and proud of the world-class products they help make. I know the same is true for steel workers from Port Talbot, Trostray and Shotton. Llandudno continues to produce cutting-edge steel products, including the Zodiac galvanizing line, which makes premium steels for the electric and automotive industry. And with the right support, there's no reason why Llandudno can't turn into the finest automotive finishing line in the whole world. There is so much potential at Llandudno and steel sites across the UK, but over the last 14 years, the industry has been shamefully neglected by Tory governments, which showed no care or interest for Britain's manufacturing base. Under the Tories, we had 13 different steel ministers. That merry-go-round tells you all you need to know about how low steel was on their list of priorities. At the same time as the Tories were sitting on their hands, other countries were providing their domestic steel industries with the support they needed to decarbonise and deal with sky-high industrial energy costs. The fact that we now have a Labour government which understands just how much we need our steel industry is already making a huge difference. The National Wealth Fund, and specifically the 2.5 billion allocated for the Green Steel Fund, can help reverse the legacy of Tory neglect, generating high-quality skilled jobs. Whilst the situation remains challenging, Labour has recognised that Britain needs its steel.
That kind of vision for steel has been lacking from government for far too long, and we should warmly welcome it. As the great Welsh poet Dylan Thomas once wrote, ambition is critical. That's why we should be brave and bold investing in our steel industry now and in the future, because the truth is that we can't build a greener economy without a thriving steel industry. So I call upon the Senedd and Welsh Government to work constructively with our Labour Government, and let's stand by our steel workers. They're ready and able to deliver a world-leading clean steel sector here in Britain. Thank you.
Thank you. And just as the delegates come into the rostrum, can I say I'm sorry, I can see so many hands that went up, but this will be the last speaker because I'd have to call the Minister to respond. So I do apologise.
Bore da, Ad Schedule, Unison Cymru. First time delegate and first time speaker. I'm speaking in support of the ESDO motion. Conference. It's not hard to make multiple connections between the motions of this year's conference. The main takeaway from the motions this year is the sheer scale of the job at hand. The issues raised by our comrades at ESDO will be familiar to anyone who walks down the high streets of Wales. The threat of violence towards workers in town centres is real, and it is a threat no one should have to face in the course of doing their job. There is legislation in place that makes it a specific criminal offence to commit violence against emergency workers. The Assaults on Emergency Workers Offences Act 2018 criminalises common assault and battery against emergency workers. The law considers these assaults to be aggravated assaults, and courts take them more seriously than other assaults. Perhaps it should be the case that any worker who faces violence at work by a member of the public whilst performing their duties would be classified similarly. The High Street is not the epicentre of retail in the 2020s, and of course the rise of out-of-town retail parks, and even more significantly, the rise of online shopping, driven by Amazon and fast fashion during and following the pandemic, are big reasons for that. But they are not the only reasons. Even retail parks now have huge commercial units that stand empty and unoccupied. Later, we will hear and debate a motion on public transport investment. There's a connection between the struggles of the high street and public transport. Public transport provision will encourage and coax people back to the high street so long as the high street provides an incentive for people to go there. It also provides people with ease of access to get to and from work safely. We use the word community a lot in our discourse, but we can do more to foster it, to make city centres and high streets vibrant hubs of their towns and cities, providing a sense of local pride and encouraging interaction. Conference, please support. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. I'm now going to invite Jack Sargent, the Minister for Culture and Skills, to respond to the debate. To you.
Well, diolch yn fawr iawn, Cadeirydd. Conference, it's with great pleasure that I stand here for the first time as Minister for Culture, Skills and Social Partnership, working alongside my colleague and friend, Rebecca Evans, a working class boy from Connah's Quay who took a very working class route to the Senedd. Yeah. I'm extremely grateful, friends, to have been given the honour to serve in the government under Wales's first ever female First Minister. My background as a former engineer who followed the apprenticeship route will serve me well in all things skills related. And as many of you know, particularly the chair, my passion for football will not be lost either, as sports forms part of my portfolio too. But Conference, I'm equally excited about the culture and art sector. I'm passionate about its future and want to see it not only survive, but thrive. I quoted recently the very famous line from the very famous poem, "Give us bread, but give us roses too." We all should have access to all things cultural, wherever we live, whatever our background, so that little Jack from Connors Quay can have that opportunity to join the ballet or be part of the opera. And before I respond directly to the motions, Chair, let me reiterate Rebecca's message, that I too believe that fair, safe and secure work environments where workers have a voice are beneficial for both businesses and employees. When workers feel heard and valued, they contribute ideas and innovations that enhance productivity, and this is why we encourage businesses to collaborate with their trade unions, benefiting businesses, employees and the wider economy. By working together, the two Labour governments, in partnership, have unlocked £21 billion of funding for the Welsh Labour Government, an extra £1.7 billion in infrastructure spending. This is the largest amount of Wales has ever been given, and the Labour Government has delivered it within its first budget. Thanks to two Labour governments working together, there is now billions of pounds available to deliver the First Minister's, Eluned Morgan's, 4 priorities. Conference, I want to say thanks to all of you here today, to the movers, the seconders and the contributors to each of the motions that we have quite rightly debated. Motion 1, Community Union. We accept this motion. I want to pay tribute to the trade unions for supporting its members in Port Talbot and across the wider community. Reg's passion in opening for the steel industry. We share your passion, Reg. It's a passion that will drive a bright future for steel in a green economy in Wales, right across Wales, including in places like Shotton in my own constituency. Friends, motion 2 from the GMB, Wales needs Wilver. We recommend accepting this motion, as the Welsh Government believe nuclear power should be considered to our route in achieving net zero ambitions to address the climate change emergency. But as Aaron pointed out, doing this while securing good unionised jobs in North Wales. Colleagues, motion 3 from the Unite the Union. We support the aim of this motion, to support workers' rights, to rid workplaces of the threat of fire and rehire. It is only too evident, as the current Unite dispute at Oscar Mayer in Wrexham highlights. This disgraceful practice is something that we should not accept, and we should call out and stand in solidarity with our Unite comrades, Jono, your members, who are out on strike now. And although the Welsh Government, through our Social Partnership Act, only has the competence to deliver on public bodies, that should not be a barrier for other employers to adopt this good Welsh way of working. Friends, can I encourage you all, particularly our trade union colleagues, to engage with the UK Government's consultation on their Employment Rights Bill, a plan to make work pay, the single biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation. Turning to motion 4 from Usdaw and the challenges facing the high street. Well, we agree that the retail sector is of vital importance to the Welsh economy. The services and the employment it provides are critical to the vitality of town centres and communities. It's why we've established the Retail Forum, working in social partnership to find the solutions to the challenges we face, with our Retail Action Plan, which Rebecca leads on. And in that debate, we heard the very real story, didn't we, from H, and all of the things that retail workers go through. And with the route to Christmas just not that long away, we should say thanks to our retail workers for all that they do and all that they will go on to do in the future. Conference, motion 5 from the Musicians Union, brought forward by Andy. I had a great conversation with Andy not too long ago about some of the items within that motion. We in the Welsh Government understand the importance of the culture and arts sector to all of us as the land of song. We also understand that the intrinsic link to the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act and how it enables us to thrive as a nation. Friends, we had Rhiannon Passmore in the room, the Senev's champion, Wales' champion for the arts. And I welcomed the additional £5 million for the sector in September. The Welsh Government believes in the sector. I believe in the sector, and we will go on to support the sector in the future. And friends, Councillor Thomas spoke to all motions and mentioned Splot in his contribution. It reminded me, Councillor Thomas, of the recent by-election, the upcoming by-election in December. And I wish you, Councillor Stubbs, and Annie, our wonderful candidate in Splot, and the Welsh Labour team, all the very best next December for that election. Chair, in closing, Chair's given me the rightful eye. So in closing, Chair, let me say this. Cymru is open for business. Cymru recognises the need to embrace all sectors, including the arts and culture, to understand their economic and social values. Conference, support these motions. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you very much, and thank you for noticing the evil eye. And I know how that works. So there we go. So as the Minister's just said, the wet position is to accept all the motions. I'm going to move to the votes now. So first, can we take a vote on motion 1 submitted by community? All those in favour, can you please show? Thank you. Any against? No, that's carried unanimously. Thank you. The next motion is motion 2 submitted by the GMB. All those in favour, please show. Anybody against? Okay, that is carried. Okay, thank you. Motion 3 submitted by Unite. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anybody against? No, that's carried unanimously. Motion 4 submitted by Usdaw. All those in favour, please show. Okay, thank you. Anybody against? No, it's carried unanimously. Thank you. And then finally, the motion submitted by the Musicians Union. All those in favour, please show. Okay, thank you. Anybody against? No, thank you very much. So that concludes the debate on green jobs and growth. We're now going to break for lunch slightly later, but please do go and see the fringe meetings. And can you be back here ready to start promptly at 2? So conference now stands adjourned. Thank you.
added bonus of winning 27 out of 32 seats in Wales and defeating every single Tory candidate in the process. And to all of our general election candidates, including those who didn't quite get over the line this time, I want to say thank you for working so hard for so long to help deliver that overall result. And to everyone here, thank you for pounding the pavements with us to deliver the first UK Labour government in 14 years. We have a brilliant team of brilliant Welsh Labour MPs, and there's so many here in front of me. It's great to see everybody here. But I'm going to use an opportunity today just to thank my lovely friend and colleague, Jessica Morden, the MP for Newport East, who chaired the election campaign in Wales with determination, with focus, and in a real Jess special with her kindness. We're all so proud that she was then resoundingly elected by our 411 Labour MPs to be chair of the Parliamentary Labour Party. Yay. With our election victory, we have earned an opportunity to change Wales and the UK, to choose a different future, to do away with the division, to work in genuine partnership with our Welsh Labour government, and to deliver for Wales after those 14 long years of UK Conservative governments. And that change, conference, that change is happening right now. The Labour budget has delivered the largest real terms increase in spending power for the Welsh Government since the dawn of devolution. We are gripping totemic issues that have seemed immovable for more than a decade. More money for our public services, funding to help keep coal tips safe. This is the first time a UK government has done this, and a strong voice for Wales on the Crown Estate. These are just some of the early benefits of two Labour governments working together. But there's plenty more to do. We can't fix 14 years' worth of damage overnight. And it is real damage. The damage that people see and they feel every single day. And for me, the scale of that challenge became clear within the first week of government. When I arrived at the Wales office, the first thing I wanted to do was support our steel workers. Because in October 2023, the Tories had promised £80 million to support workers and businesses in Port Talbot. 9 months later, they hadn't delivered a single penny. And now we know why. Because conference, that £80 million was never there. It was part of a long list of unfunded spending commitments. It was part of that £22 billion black hole. So the Tories were happy to make empty promises to workers and businesses in our steel communities. What a shocking dereliction of duty. A slap in the face for proud professionals with a special place in our national story. A threat to the economic future of an entire town, with ripples felt right across South Wales. And conference, who was responsible for this? Well, you can ask my predecessor. David T.C. Davis will tell you with enormous pride that it was the new leader of the opposition. He wrote, "The credit belongs to Kenny." Now, Kemi Badenoch sold a lie to steel communities and told them to consider it a win. Well, conference, I'm not buying it, and I know you're not buying it either. I made it my mission to fight tooth and nail for that money. And just weeks later, we were able to announce millions of pounds in new money to support workers and businesses. And Labour's first budget, just a few weeks ago, has confirmed that £80 million in full. Because Wales has a powerful voice at the cabinet table once again. And today, conference, I can go further, because the job, we know, isn't done yet. Today, I am announcing a £13 million fund to support existing and new businesses in Port Talbot and across our steel communities. To the cafe owner in the town centre who's worried about footfall, to the steel worker with a dream of being their own boss, to the business that's looking to grow or change, this £13 million fund is for you. It's part of our wider commitment to our steel communities and to driving economic growth. This is change in action. Gone are the days when we in Wales are held back by Tory rule. Gone are the days where we're just forced to accept that things just can't be done. And gone are the days when a UK government doesn't listen to Wales. Because with Eluned and I, a partnership in power, Wales's voice is strong once again. And we can once again raise our hopes and our ambitions. We are putting our nation at the forefront of a decade of national renewal. Kickstarting the economic growth we know is crucial to that. And the Prime Minister has talked about the investment zones in Cardiff and Newport and Wrexham and Flintshire in his speech this morning. These are a crucial part of our work with our Welsh Labour government to provide that rocket boost to our industry strengths, like the life sciences, creative industries, advanced manufacturing, and our world-leading compound semiconductor cluster. We've given the green light for free ports in Port Talbot and Milford Haven to unlock millions in investment and boost jobs and growth. And we're working to seize that golden opportunity of floating offshore wind for Wales. I know that talk of industry and economic growth can sometimes sound remote from day-to-day life. But conference, it is nothing less than the future of Wales's economy. It means jobs in every single community. It means opportunity for our children, more money in your pocket, investment where you live. That is the prize we are fighting for, and that is the prize that I am fighting for. Because I've spent all my working life representing people in Wales, first as a lawyer and then as a politician. And I make this promise to you, that I bring that same determination, dedication, and frankly, bloody-mindedness to representing our country at the cabinet table. So you can believe me when I say that this UK Labour government will deliver for Wales. Thank you.
So thanks very much for that, Joe, and it's really good to hear you talk about the partnership that's already been formed between the Welsh Labour Government and yourselves in the UK Government. So for this next section now, I'd like to introduce Becky Gittins. Becky is the MP for Clwyd East. Got that one right. So welcome, Becky.
Thank you, Conference, for the warm welcome. My name is Becky Gittins, and I could not be prouder to stand on this stage and tell you that I am the new Welsh Labour MP for the constituency of Clwyd East. We're about to have an afternoon of more fascinating policy debates, inspiring panel discussions, and engaging fringe events. But before we do, I wanted to say how incredible it's been to see hundreds of you here today, in this hall and at fringe events and stands. The thing that really comes through is Indod, togetherness. Whether that is being here at conference together as the Labour family, or hearing about the power in partnership we now have, with two Labour governments working together, already delivering for the people of Wales. What is evident is that we are benefiting from two Labour governments focused on the priorities of the Welsh people. And that is testament to the historic year we have had. We won a landmark general election. Wales unlocked its largest ever amount in a UK budget, £21 billion, thanks to the UK's first ever female Chancellor, and Nghynhadledd Morgan became the first ever female First Minister of Wales. It has been historic, and harnessing the power in partnership hasn't only been a theme of this conference, but also of the First Minister's first 100 days as leader. Nghynhadledd has put togetherness and connecting with the people of Wales at the heart of her leadership, travelling to every corner of Wales to hear the priorities of voters. She's focused on health, green jobs and growth, education and opportunities, and connecting communities. The priorities that thousands of Welsh people told us they want to see delivered for Wales. And the First Minister has already reset the direction of Welsh Government to deliver these priorities, putting it back in the service of the people of Wales. So, as we launch into this afternoon's events, I want to echo the words of the First Minister, that this is your conference, and together we are shaping Wales's future. Here is Nghynhadledd Morgan in the words of the people who know her best.
I am passionate about tackling poverty and social exclusion, and I've made that passion into my career.
I'm a regional organiser with Ymunwch Cymru here in the Cardiff Unison office.
I'm the Vicar of Ely here in West Cardiff. I met Nghynhadledd when she was a member of the European Parliament, and I was the director of a fuel poverty charity. At the time, she was changing European law to make sure that there was a duty placed on governments to tackle fuel poverty. The work that Nghynhadledd did and fuel poverty in the European Parliament was instrumental.
Nghynhadledd has always been a friend to the Welsh trade union movement. The David Cameron coalition government introduced the trade union bill. Nghynhadledd Morgan was integral in trying to at least water down the more pernicious elements of the bill.
Nghynhadledd's dad was the vicar here for, I think around 36 years. I met her quite early on in my time here. She came to a service that was happening. This community really shaped her, and she's always remained a very close supporter of this church at a local level. This community that shaped her from her early years, she still has an overriding passion for. When she went into the House of Lords, she set up a Baroness Morgan of Ely Fund, which I administer with my church wardens, and that is to help families in dire need in this community. Nghynhadledd's always had a real passion for caring for the poor and the vulnerable in society.
Passionate about social justice and tackling poverty.
Remember back to that time, we'll always be grateful for the support that she offered us.
If I was to describe Nghynhadledd in a word, I would say determined.
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 Determined. My name is Neil Kinnock, and I've known Nghynhadledd since the early 90s, really, but I really got to know her when she got elected, together with Glenys, back in 1994 to the European Parliament. And they were a great combination of two great dynamic women. She had a sort of freshness that gave her great boldness, really, bravery. Duty is like a vein running through rock as far as Nghynhadledd is concerned. Being First Minister, she will show utter commitment to the people of Wales in undertaking that task. Nghynhadledd Morgan, she is quite a force of nature.
Conference, please welcome my friend and our First Minister, Nghynhadledd Morgan.
I'm not going to start but through doing a Theresa May. I did enough of that on the dance floor last night. Diolch yn fawr, and thank you very much, Becky, for that kind introductions. And congratulations on being one of that incredible, amazing crop of new Labour MPs who won seats at the general election. Well done to all of you. Now, conference, it seems extraordinary to stand before you today as the first woman ever to lead Welsh Labour. And it's about time, isn't it? Mae hi wir yn anrhydedd I fod yn arweinydd y Blaid Lafur yng Nghymru, a dwi'n ymwybodol iawn o'r cyfrifoldeb sydd arna I sicrhau fod y wlad a'r bobl sy'n byw ynddi yn ffynnu. You're supposed to clap at that, but you forgot to do that. I haven't got quite used to being your leader yet. I see myself more as a proud daughter of Wales, or I guess more of a mother these days, although I think on the dance floor last night I was looking pretty cool. But I think it's a living testament to what's possible when opportunity meets determination and the transformative power of Labour's values in action. Conference, there's a new Wales on the horizon, and I intend to lead us there. I know that the experiences I gained in the 15 years when I served as a Labour MEP, along with my experience as a Labour peer, helped to prepare me for the most important role that I now hold. Now, you'll have heard the phrase, well-behaved women seldom make history. And let's be honest, those of you who know me, well, they know that this probably couldn't apply more to anybody else. I'm afraid I would have to confess to being a bit less well-behaved than that other vicar's daughter, Theresa May, whose huge confession was to run through a farmer's field of wheat. What a naughty girl. But I promised my priest husband, Rhys, that I'll do my best not to swear in this speech, as I did in those damn WhatsApp messages which came out in the inquiry. But the truth is, I've never been one to colour entirely within the lines. And you'll be pleased to hear, I've got no intention of starting now. Now, my family upbringing is what shaped me politically. I grew up in Ely, one of Europe's largest council housing estates, a Welsh community where everyone knew and supported each other. But I didn't just live on the estate, I lived right at its very heart in the vicarage. And let me tell you, that vicarage door was always open, and I mean always. I'll never forget the doorbell ringing at about 3 a.m. when I was a teenager, and sleepily answering the door to a young man with severe mental health problems who stood absolutely drenched from the rain, entirely naked. Now, you don't need to be religious or know your Bible to know that your instinct in those circumstances is to offer support. We had other visitors, a mother needing help with forms at midnight, a teenager kicked out of the family home, someone needing food or hope or giving endless cups of tea to patients from the local mental health hospital. They all just needed someone to listen, and that's where I learned to listen. That's where I also learned what dedication to your community and society really means. Not from textbooks or manifestos, but from watching my parents advocate tirelessly for families battling an uncaring system at the height of Thatcherism. It was a unique upbringing. Both my parents became Labour councillors, and our home became the Labour Party HQ for the area. Now, it's not everyone who have people like Jim Callaghan, Rhodri Morgan, Anne Clwyd and George Thomas popping in regularly, along with my youth worker, Mark Drakeford. A man who inspired me then, who inspired the nation during the COVID pandemic and continues to inspire me today as the Finance Secretary. My parents embodied the true essence of service. They showed me that real commitment means never turning away when someone's in need. But Ely also taught me about stark realities. I saw unfairness, raw and real. I saw how children just as bright, just as deserving, had their horizons limited by circumstance, by postcode, by a Thatcherite ideology that had already made its mind up about them before they'd even begun. O fy magwraeth mewn cymuned tŷ cyngor yn Rhylau nes I ddod I ddealltwriaeth bod gan bobl oedd yn byw yn y gymuned a bod cyfrifoldeb gyda ni iddyn nhw. Fel bod pob plentyn yn gallu symud o'r hyn ydyn nhw nawr i'r hyn mae ganddyn nhw y potensial I fod. Nes I ddeall fod angen I ni fynd i'r afal a'r buddiannau sydd wedi croni pŵer i'r pobl sydd yn gyfoethog yn cymdeithas ni, a fod angen I ni daclo aneffeithlonrwydd a gwastraff cyfalafiaeth. Yet within this adversity in Ely, I saw something else, something really powerful. I saw solidarity. I saw women in Ely, and yes, they were mostly fierce, proud women holding that community together through sheer force of will, running food banks before the term had even been coined, watching each other's children, running the jumble sales, organising the bingo, fighting for better schools, better housings, better chances. Now, these aren't just memories. They're the foundation of everything I believe in, everything I fight for, everything I've dedicated myself to. This is who I am, and I can't switch off from it. Just ask my husband, poor sod. When we got married, I had 3 non-negotiable conditions. Learn the family grace, learn Welsh, and bloody well join the Labour Party. He said the first 2 were easy. But he got there in the end, and he became a member of the party, and he spent the next 30 years serving as a GP in Ely, the same community in which I was brought up. So it was in Ely we both learned to listen, and we were both determined to make things happen. And now I really am in a position to make things happen. Now, you'll all know that I became First Minister rather unexpectedly in the summer. But I'd like to pay tribute here to Vaughan Gethin for the time he served as First Minister and for his incredible work leading as Health Minister during the pandemic. In a pandemic is the toughest gig in town. His commitment to serving Wales has never been in doubt, and I thank him for the warm support he's shown me. Now, I undertook the task of being First Minister on a joint ticket with Hugh Iranca Davis as Deputy First Minister. Hugh, thanks for being such a joyful soldier, willing to undertake any of the toughest tasks. He went out and talked to the farmers today, so that was... and always acting with grace and confidence. After I was elected, you know, I undertook a listening tour of the nation to take the pulse of the people on our streets and to make sure that we as a party and as a government were responding to the things that matter most to them. Now, those who know me well know that on the streets, with the people, that's where I feel most comfortable. Time and again, I heard about the need for economic stability, decent wages, accessible healthcare, better housing, and good jobs. But these conversations weren't just a formality, they were a powerful reminder of why we're here, of the responsibility we bear, of the essential need to listen to the people who keep our nation moving, who work for Wales every single day. And I assure you that they haven't fallen on deaf ears. Ar ôl ymgymryd ar ymgyrch wrando dros yr haf, i ni wedi rhoi siap newydd i'n blaenoriaethau ni fel Llywodraeth. Every community I visited added something new to that agenda, reminding me that whilst it's easy to get caught up in the numbers and the policies, our true purpose is simpler. It's to lead a government that listens, that hears, and makes things happen for every person in Wales. I listened particularly to the people who our party was established to represent, people who diligently get on with their lives, making their contributions to society, working families. Let's call them Sian and Dan. Now, Sian's a care worker and Dan's a delivery driver. They're struggling with the cost of living whilst bringing up their 2 small children. I heard about their lives, their fears, their stresses, and what would make their lives better. People like these are the beating heart of Wales, the people who keep Wales moving. And I want to say to them, and many thousands others, I've listened, I've heard, and I'm already making it happen. I want them to know that my leadership is for them. I won't stand here and promise you everything will be easy. These are challenging times, and we've all been through a hell of a lot. Austerity, Brexit, a pandemic, rampant inflation. But I'll promise you this, things can and will get better. That was the last song on my list last night. Not through empty rhetoric or grandstanding, but through delivery, real change, practical help for working families. My leadership brings with it an opportunity for renewal in our party and in facing the challenges that lie ahead. Because in 100 days, we're already delivering real, tangible improvements to the lives of people like Sian. No longer does she have to worry about paying or preparing her son's school meals, because in my first 3 months as leader, we completed the rollout of free primary school meals across Wales, the only country in the UK to offer this support. No young child in Wales will go hungry on our watch. Sian also benefits from our game-changing free childcare programme, which makes it worthwhile for her to continue her vital work as a carer. And just this week, we've made it even easier for Sian to benefit from Welsh Labour's government's free childcare offer through slashing business rates to 0 in her child's nursery. Of course, we know how hard Sian's job can be as a carer, which is why the Welsh Labour government has already ensured that she earns the real living wage. But in my first 100 days, we've gone even further. We've invested an additional 250 million to support older people like Sian's clients so that they continue to live independently in the comfort of their own homes. She knows how much they benefit from Labour's £100 a week cap in Wales, which provides far more protection than the limitless costs faced by vulnerable people elsewhere in the United Kingdom. And this is just the beginning. Sian and millions of others like her are the heartbeat of our nation, the selfless heroes who keep our communities thriving day in, day out. And I'm determined to continue delivering the transformative support they deserve, empowering working families and safeguarding the well-being of our most vulnerable citizens. Because in just 100 days, we've already proven once again what's possible when we put the needs of the people first. Just imagine what we'll achieve in 1,000 days. And during my listening tour, I heard time and again how the strain on our health services was causing hardship. Stories like Dan's, who've been waiting far too long for an operation. They illustrate the very real human toll of the backlog that is built up during the pandemic. But conference, let's remind people that there are over 2 million contacts a month in Wales in a population of 3.1 million people. Quite a remarkable effort by our NHS workers. I made a commitment then that addressing this crisis would be an absolute priority for my government. That's why, just a few short months into my tenure as First Minister, I was proud that my government announced a major new investment to help clear the NHS waiting lists to get people the care that they need. Now, initially, we allocated £28 million to tackle this challenge. But after hearing directly from people like Dan and seeing firsthand the scale of what we need to do, I can say with certainty that more resources are needed. So this afternoon, I'm delighted to inform you that we are increasing that funding commitment from 28 million to 50 million, changing the lives of people in Wales. This additional investment will go towards ensuring more operations are done through expanding treatment capacity and ensuring patients don't have to wait unacceptably long periods for the procedures that can dramatically improve their quality of life. And it's not just about money. We're also taking steps to grow our healthcare workforce for the long term, like supporting the new medical school in Bangor, which will train the next generation of NHS heroes. Of course, and we know that affordability of care is a major concern for people like Dan and his family, and that's why in Wales we continue to provide free prescriptions, a benefit unavailable to patients everywhere in the United Kingdom. People take these things for granted. We have to remind them the difference that a Labour government makes. Now, this is just the beginning, and I know that the Cabinet Secretary for Health, Jeremy Miles, will maintain our relentless focus on reducing NHS backlogs and ensuring every person in Wales can access the care they need when they need it most. Blaenoriaethau'r bobl yw fy mlaenoriaethau I, yn y cant diwrnod cyntaf ers I mi ddod yn brif weinidog Cymru, I ni wedi cyflwyno prydiau ysgol am ddim, rhoi fwy o arian am ofal, rhoi cofnogaeth I ofal plant, agor ysgol feddygol newydd, cyflwyno arian newydd I ddod â'r rhestru aros lawr, ac wedi rhoi codiad cyflog fwy na chwyddiant I gannoedd o filoedd o weithwyr cyhoeddus. Nice one, you've all learnt Welsh in the past 10 minutes. And we've done this, and far more than this, in my first 100 days as First Minister. I've listened, I've heard, and I'm already, with my government, making things happen. The people's priorities are my priorities. Delivering iechyd da, bringing waiting lists down, providing fast support for mental health, along with improved social care and better women's health services. Delivering jobs and growth to keep Wales working, creating thousands of future-proof jobs in the new industry to fight climate change and power our economy. Providing opportunities for all families, higher standards in our schools, and more social housing, because your postcode should never determine your prospects, and connecting communities to improve transport and keep people in touch. New trains, a new bus bill, better roads. We've already We've already introduced brand new trains made in Wales by Welsh workers. But it's not all about public transport. We know that most people travel by car. So let's be honest, some people were not best pleased with the introduction of the 20 miles an hour speed limit. But the truth is that in many places it's worked, and accidents have reduced significantly. But we also know that many thought that things had gone too far on some roads. So we listened, we heard, and now we are making change happen with local authorities, working with communities to make the common sense adjustments that need to be made. Just yesterday, I visited one of the first roads in Flintshire that will be switched back to 30 miles an hour, and there'll be lots more changes to come. Local councils working with the public, listening, learning, and making things happen. We know we can't, as a Welsh Government, deliver on our own. We know that working in partnership is the Welsh Labour way. Keir Starmer, who made an amazing speech this morning, has said his #1 priority is to grow the economy, and we agree. This is critical to our prosperity. We also realise that when we talk about the need to grow the economy, we need to harness the power of the private sector. Now, when I left the European Parliament, I deliberately left politics to work in the private sector, to try to understand how and why people invest or don't invest. I think they worked out as a spy in the end, but I listened, I learned, and now I'm in a position to act on the things that I did learn during my time there. I learned that as a government, we have a responsibility to provide skilled workers, a stable legal framework, and we need to provide infrastructure and provide fast decision-making systems on planning. You will see a shift in emphasis in my government when it comes to the private sector. We've already started by streamlining our planning system, and for some infrastructure projects, which are so important, decisions will be made in 12 weeks faster than before. Conference Wales is on the move. There's hope on the horizon, but businesses must understand that our approach in Wales is not just partnership, it's social partnership. We all know the unacceptable and unpleasant face of capitalism. Capitalism which leads to greed. The ugliness of nepotistic corruption when Tory ministers handed out millions in dodgy COVID contracts to their friends whilst our NHS staff struggled for basic PPE. That wasn't just the unacceptable face of capitalism. It was the unacceptable face of conservative governance. Socialism is about the belief in our ability that through acting together, we can transform society, that the market does not have all the answers, that we know we have a responsibility to tackle poverty, support employment, tackle injustice, and preserve our ecology. Our relationship with the trade unions is fundamental to who we are as a movement, and we've brought this right into the heart of government, the only part of the UK to have embedded the need for social partnership into law. Conference, not too long ago, the Tories tried to push through their anti-trade union legislation, and they thought Wales would just roll over and accept it. Well, they thought wrong. As you just saw in that video, during my time in the House of Lords, I stood up and said, "Not in our Wales." They wanted to strip away workers' rights in our hospitals, in our schools, in our council offices, but we weren't having any of it. We fought back, tooth and nail, amendment after amendment, late night after late night, and you know what? We won. We protected our nurses' rights to speak up for patient safety. We defended our teachers' rights to stand up for better schools. We preserved our council workers' rights to fight for local services, because we don't just talk about workers' rights, we defend them. We don't just value our public services, we stand with them. We are fighting every day to build a Wales worthy of the public sector dedication of our workers. And that's why in September we were pleased to offer an inflation-busting pay offer thanks to the new UK Labour government. That additional funding from Westminster made the difference. A Labour government working in partnership with Labour in Wales. That is what the difference that Labour can make when we work together. And when it comes to partnership, it's also key when it comes to local government. We work incredibly closely with our councils, and I'd like to pay a particular tribute today to all of the Labour councillors across Wales who work tirelessly on behalf of their communities. And I'd like in particular to thank Andrew Morgan for his leadership of the WLGA over so many years. But we also need to partner with our communities, because communities aren't just places on a map. They're the heartbeat of our nation. And when I talk about empowering communities, I'm not talking about grand gestures coming from Cardiff Bay. I'm talking about real power in real places, in real people's hands. You see, we understand something our opponents never will. Progress isn't just about what government does to people. It's about what we do with people. That means working hand in hand with our brilliant local councillors, our dedicated voluntary sector, our proud trade union movement. But now we have a special new partnership with Keir Starmer's Labour government in Westminster. Now, just a few months ago, our people made their voices heard loud and clear. That historic UK Labour victory wasn't just an election win, it was a powerful endorsement of our values and our vision for the future. 27 out of 32 seats won for Labour in Wales, a Tory-free Wales. Doesn't that feel good? Congratulations to all our elected candidates who are now MPs, and I'd like to pay a particular tribute to all of the candidates who didn't quite make it, and also to you, our incredible volunteers who went out night after night delivering messages and leaflets. And I also want to say a special thanks to Welsh Labour staff. They were thrown in the deep end and they swam like hell. I'd like to congratulate Joe Locke on his appointment as the new General Secretary of the party in Wales. Diolch yn fawr, Joe. You know, they always deliver, and the proof is in the pudding. Labour in Wales has been winning for more than 102 years. That's a heck of a legacy, and let me tell you, I have no intention of letting that record slip on my watch. I know that in that next Senedd election, I'll also be able to count on the support of Caroline Harris, the deputy leader of the party in Wales, unless, of course, her singing career skyrockets, not just because of what she did this morning, but also because she's got a Christmas single out. I would recommend you listen to it. It's pretty good. Caroline, you are fearless, you're charismatic, and you are just the right kind of bold in terms of the person I want right by my side in an election. Caroline, you do amazing things for our movement. You are the best campaigner I've had the privilege of knowing, a true asset to our party and your community. Conference, the experience of working with the UK government has been transformed since Labour came to power. It's been a great privilege to work with and alongside another feisty woman, Jo Stevens. She's pretty feisty. The first female Secretary of State in Wales. Jo has hit the ground running and is delivering already in areas where we failed to make progress before. Within weeks of coming into office, she'd released millions of pounds of funding for the community of Port Talbot, facing devastating closure because of the blast furnaces and the loss of thousands of jobs. Delivering whilst the Tories talked, and as you just heard, they hadn't put the money into the damn budget. For 4 years, we in the Welsh Labour government had been asking for support from the UK government to help clear coal tips in South Wales. You know, the last Secretary of State wouldn't even sign a letter of support. But in the recent UK budget, with Jo pursuing the Chancellor and others, they awarded £25 million to help clear our valley communities of that historical legacy. Partnership in power. Conference, the recent UK budget marks our first steps towards true rebuilding, towards a new chapter. And let me be crystal clear about what this means for Wales. This isn't just another budget. This is the best settlement that Wales has ever received since the beginning of devolution. The Conservatives left us with crumbling foundations. They crashed the economy. They drove mortgage rates sky high. And then they called an early election to dodge delivering a proper budget. They poured billions into failed asylum policies. They propped up private rail companies and signed off on dodgy COVID contracts, leaving a £22 billion hole in our public services. That is not acceptable. Mae partneriaeth mewn pŵer yn ganolog i'n gwaith ni fel Llywodraeth Llafur. Partneriaeth gyda'r undebau, partneriaeth gyda'r Llywodraeth leol, partneriaeth gyda'r trydydd sector a nawr, partneriaeth gyda'r Llywodraeth Llafur newydd yn San Steffan. Oh, you've learned, no, only Mick got that one. What I hope people have realised since that election is that policies really do matter and politics matters, and that those who lead your countries can really make a difference. Now, there's plenty out there who disagree. The populists, the cynics, the ones who want to drag us into a race to the bottom. Those who profit from division and despair, who tell us we can't trust our neighbours and that all immigrants are scroungers, who proclaim that nothing changes and that all politicians are the same. You know who I'm talking about, Conference. Reform. They offer simple solutions to complex problems. But Wales knows better. We know that real change comes through unity, not through division, through hard work, not hollow slogans. I'm here to say we won't be dragged down by any of it. I'm here to prove that not all politicians are the same. Farage has no more interest in our country than he has for the people of Clacton, who he's been studiously avoiding since he became an MP. Conference, Wales is not a one-night stand, it's a country. And I'll fight for this country with every ounce of my being for our people. You see, Conference, there's a fundamental difference between them and us. They deliver and offer sound bites, and we deliver sound policies. They sow division, we build unity. They promise walls, we build bridges. They complain while we campaign, and while they look backwards, we move forwards. Our approach isn't about the easy route. We don't elect leaders to give us easy answers. We elect them to make difficult choices, trusting they'll do their best to be fair and always, always serve working people. I won't apologise for what we do, and I certainly won't be embarrassed by our achievements. Labour delivering in Wales is already happening. Wales, the first country to serve school meals to every primary school child. Wales, where prescriptions remain free to everyone who needs them. Wales, where pensioners travel for free on our buses. Wales, where we are proud of having the second best recycling rates on the planet. Where are we? We're in Wales. Where? Wales. And we are Welsh Labour, and that's who we are as a movement and as a nation, and I'm fiercely proud of it. Because Plaid will try and sell you their separation fantasy that would leave us poorer and more divided. A constant stream of negativity, of talking the country down. And then there's the Tories. Oh, that gets a giggle. I like that. Who are they? After years of chaos, after crashing our economy, after treating Wales like an afterthought, you'd think they might have learned something. But no. They've spent the last months refusing to listen to the public, dodging responsibility for the mess they created, and offering up the same old recipe of chaos, division, and reckless ideas. Does dim plaid arall sydd wir yn cynrychioli gwerthoedd y mwyafrif o bobl yng Nghymru. Every child fed, every prescription filled, every bus pass for our pensioners, that's not just policy, that's Welsh Labour values in action. And Wales isn't just a nation that values its people. It's a nation that treasures its relationship with the land. Representing a rural area, I know firsthand that our services must adapt to the unique geographic, economic, and demographic challenges of our communities. And we're planting the seeds of a better future, quite literally, with our National Forest Initiative, a connected woodland stretching across the nation. This is more than a forest. It's a commitment to green corridors, biodiversity protection, and a living legacy for generations to come. But thanks to an accident of geography, we also have an opportunity of a generation to once again make use of the natural gifts we have as a nation. We will transform Wales into a renewable energy powerhouse, thanks to the massive potential of offshore wind. In the last month alone, we've approved 5 major renewable energy projects. We listened. we heard, and we are making it happen. It's just 18 months now until the next Senedd elections. We have very little time to make our case to the Welsh public, to ask them to support us once again. But next time will be more challenging. We'll be moving away from the position where Wales is the least well-represented parliament in the UK. This reform is about building a stronger future, one where every community, every person has a stake in the decisions that shape Wales. It's about democracy, fairness, and representation. Because when the Senedd was first established 25 years ago, there were no law-making powers. There were no tax-varying powers, and nothing like the budget we have today. But, Conference, we need to make sure we are represented by the brightest and the best, and we will need a whole load of amazing candidates. So please consider putting your names forward. Alongside that new expansion, we'll have a new voting system being introduced where every vote will really count. We'll have areas where automatic registration of the public will happen and 16 and 17-year-olds will be able to vote. Bydd angen I ni yn yr etholiad nesaf I ymgyrchu am bob pleidlais ym mhob rhan o'r wlad. Today, we are more confident, more democratic, more ambitious as a nation. But every single one of us needs to take responsibility for the Wales we want to build, because we don't just need a government that serves the people, we need a government that empowers the people, a government that enables, a government that catalyzes, a government that ensures fairness, but never, never a government that thinks it has all the answers, and certainly never a party that takes the electorate for granted. We stand at the dawn of an AI revolution, which we'll need to embrace. But in Welsh Labour's Wales, technology will always serve our people, never replace them. We'll modernise our NHS, but we'll never lose that Welsh care and compassion that makes our healthcare special. We'll digitise our services, but we'll never digitise our values, because in Welsh Labour's Wales, we don't just embrace the future, we shape it. And now, as we look to the future, we have a chance to write the next chapter of our national story. Gordon Brown's Commission on Constitutional Reform and the Commission on the Constitutional Future of Wales must not just be more reports gathering dust on a shelf. They're reports that map out a radical new vision of how our nations and regions can work together whilst growing stronger in their own right. You see, we don't define ourselves by what we're against. We're proudly pro-Wales and pro-success. Our party is one that embraces devolution but rejects separation. We don't define ourselves in opposition to others. We're not anti-British nor anti-English. And whilst I love supporting the Welsh women's football team, who, by the way, are killing it at the moment, I'm happy. That's great, right? A week on Friday, make sure you're cheering them on. But I'm also happy to cheer on Team GB in the Olympics, because that's what a confident nation does. And in Welsh Labour's Wales, culture and language isn't a luxury, it's a birthright. And on that note, we've committed to getting 1 million Welsh speakers by 2050. So, come on everyone, we're going to practice, because you'll have to learn it when you get to heaven, so you might as well start learning it now. So are you ready for this? Repeat after me. Pleidleisiwch Llafur.
Pleidleisiwch Llafur.
Oh, that's loads more for our million. That's great. Thank you. I want to thank each and every one of you, not just for being here today, but for every conversation, every leaflet, every late night, and every early morning you give. You are the backbone of our party. For over a century now, Welsh Labour has been the beating heart of Welsh politics. And our story, the story we write every day, is one of hope, resilience, and a deep belief that together we can build a better Wales for all. From my early days, surrounded by the strength and solidarity of my community, to my service in the European Parliament, the UK Parliament, and now the Senedd as your First Minister, I have remained steadfast in my commitment to the values that define us as Welsh Labour, and I will continue to uphold them. Today, I stand before you not just as the leader, but as a fellow member of our movement, ready to confront the challenges ahead with experience and determination. We've listened, we've learned, and we are making it happen. There's a new Wales on the horizon. Now let's go there together. I don't know. It's all that. I don't know. You're all happy. Okay, can we get Joe up? Can we get Joe up? Is that all right? Is that all right?
Well, thank you very much, First Minister, for that. And you've outlined a lot of hard work ahead, but also exciting times for our party. Conference is going to move on to the awards section, and this is the moment where we give thanks to our hard-working volunteers and activists and officers that make our party. Not present, then can a delegate from the appropriate CLP please ensure that this reaches them with our grateful thanks. First, we'd like to celebrate the following members for giving a lifetime of service and achievement within our Labour family and who have been nominated by their local parties in their communication for their dedication and long-standing commitments to their parties and their communities. So the Lifetime Achievement Awards are hereby awarded to Kevin Madge from Caerfyrddin CLP. Oh, there he is. Well done, Kevin. Catherine Whitehead from Ceredigion and Preseli CLP. Alan Wilson from Cardiff North CLP. And Suzanne Nant Curvis from Wrexham CLP. Thank you all for your long commitment to our party and to your constituencies. I'm going to move on now to Campaigners of the Year, those activists who have gone above and beyond, who often travelled neighbouring constituencies and even the length and breadth of Wales to help elect Labour candidates. And the Campaigners of the Year, and this one I think, because it's from my own CLP, is one that is a lady who's campaigned constantly year on year on year. It's Wenna Williams from Clwyd North CLP. Then we have Alan John Booth from Caerphilly CLP. Is Alan in the room? Tyler Thomas from Aberavon Maesteg CLP. Oh, there you go. And Maggie Harkness from Monmouthshire CLP. So thank you to all of this year's nominees. And as always, there are simply far too many members to thank. So thank you all very much. Just before I call Carl Whitehead, Vice Chair of the Standing Orders, to address the morning's reference back, can I say we are running over by a considerable amount of time. So I will cut time from the panel discussions so that we can maximise time for the debates. So, oh, I've done something right today. That's good, thank you. So if Carl's around, where are you, Carl?
There he is.
Oh, he is.
Good afternoon, Conference. Carl Whitehead from Unison, here as Vice Chair of the Standing Orders Committee. I'm returning following this morning's reference back on item 14, the conference agenda, specifically to address the ratio of panel discussions to debate. We have met with a delegate and presented our position to them. To address the specific issue, we have 2 panels this year with a total running time of 75 minutes over 2 days, although that's now cut to less than that. The number of panels from last year has been reduced from 4 to 2 following feedback from last conference, and we are continually reviewing feedback every year. 190 minutes has been allocated to essential constitutional and democratic business, such as key reports, as well as the speeches from the Prime Minister, First Minister, Secretary of State, Deputy First Minister and Deputy Leader. Conference, I'm sure you'll agree those time allocations are uncontroversial. We then have a full 190 minutes, that being 3 hours and 10 minutes of policy motion debate at conference. You will appreciate that we always have a very packed schedule, and it is always Standing Orders Committee's ambition to afford as much time within this to policy debate. To that end, we have asked the Chair to use their discretion to afford any time that presents itself this afternoon and tomorrow to extend debate wherever possible. We are happy to note this feedback for our next conference, which is in around 6 months' time, which I will remind Conference will have an even more substantial policy process from the Wales Policy Forum ahead of our preparations for the Senedd Manifesto. But I'm sure, Conference, you don't want to be sat here listening to me all afternoon. So if I may, by way of reminder, I'd also like to note that this Standing Orders Committee ballot will close at 5 p.m, and ballots will be issued at no later than 3 p.m. If you did not collect those in the lunch break, please do so by then. And Conference, with all that being said, I'd like to move this supplementary Standing Orders Committee report verbally. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Conference, can we accept that supplementary report? All those in favour, will you show, please? Thank you. Those against? Yeah, that's carried. Thanks very much. We're now going to move on to the debate. Opportunity for every family. I believe there's a short video to see.
Is there a video?
I think so.
That's my daughter.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm in year 5. Year 4. I'm in year 3. This one. There's really cool squares of chicken and then it's in like yellow stuff. They're nice and hot. I love my school dinners. It's so delicious. There's a macaroni on the dinners and it's my favourite food in the world. I think the pasta bake. It's cheese, pasta and then some vegetables. It's either roast dinners or chicken korma.
No, I'll just
because roast dinners is just it's either turkey or sausages and it's just so good. Pasta. Full on energetic. My tummy makes me foot. parents don't have to worry about paying for it. My goodness, yummy. They're free. I think another thing that's really good about them is they're made from scratch. Like when we go to school, we always see something come in that's like got loads of food, and they work incredibly hard making it for all the people in the school. What's a Canadian's favourite dessert? Chocolate mousse.
So now we're going to move to debate on the opportunity for every family, and I'd like to now invite Vicky Howells, who is the Minister for Further and Higher Education, to open this debate. Vicky.
Nghynhadledd Conference. It's a pleasure and a privilege to speak to you for the first time as a Minister in our Welsh Labour Government. It was an incredible honour when our First Minister, Llywelyn Morgan, asked me to join the government as Minister for Further and Higher Education. Every day since then, my friend Lynn Neagle and I have been working with our ministerial colleagues across government to ensure that we deliver opportunity for every family. For so many of us here, that's what led us into politics, and it's why we chose the Labour Party. Because the chances you have in life should not be decided by where you come from or by your income. Whether you come from Colwyn Bay, Cardigan or Cynon Valley, Welsh Labour's task is always to deliver for you. And Conference, that's exactly what we are doing. As of this term, school dinners are available free to every child at every primary school in Wales. And that is happening thanks to the efforts of Welsh Labour ministers and our partners in local government. While in England, under the Tories, schools and colleges had to deal with the rat crisis and crumbling buildings, in Wales we can be proud of a decade of Welsh Labour investment in our school and college buildings, the biggest education capital investment programme anywhere in the UK for over half a century. More than £4 billion invested in the futures of our children and our young people. £4 billion, Conference, that's worth repeating, and it brings tangible and visible benefits in each of our communities, with state-of-the-art schools and colleges providing the very best facilities for our young people and our adult learners, raising aspiration and seeking, as any Labour government should do, to further narrow the gap between the most and least advantaged across Wales. We passed a groundbreaking act to create the first joined-up system of tertiary education in the UK, one that values equally the roles of both FE and HE, brought together under the new Commission for Tertiary Education and Research, now called MEDA. And just last week, we demonstrated our commitment to investing in workers by confirming a 5.5% pay rise for our hard-working teachers, which will be matched for college lecturers too. Let me be frank with you, Conference. That pay rise is only possible because we now have Labour ministers running Whitehall. Every one of us here today worked to get a Labour government elected, and now Wales has a partner in Westminster. How did we secure that historic general election victory in July? We rejected complacency and focused on public service. I know the First Minister will agree with me in saying that this is our task now too. I am proud of our achievements in government over the last 25 years, but I am also determined to spend my time as a Minister thinking about what more we can do, because, Conference, to build that more equal society, there is always more to do. What can I do today and tomorrow and in every one of the 573 days we have left in this Senedd term to deliver for people in every part of Wales? That's why one of my first priorities has been to visit colleges in every part of Wales and every one of our universities to hear from staff, students and trade unions, as well as vice-chancellors and principals, about how we can create a sustainable, flourishing and joined-up tertiary education system. Now, for me, mental health and well-being is crucial to this, and I want to pay tribute to Lynn Neagle's passion and leadership on this issue. Lynn has turned her passion into practical action by implementing the whole school approach to mental health and well-being. I want to learn from this example and identify those practical things that we can do in colleges and universities to provide the right support for mental health and well-being. I've seen and heard brilliant examples of how colleges and universities are delivering for learners and communities and making an enormous contribution to local and regional economies. It's the people in our schools, colleges and universities who make these things happen. I know some of you are here in this hall today, staff, students and union representatives, and I want to commit today that I will work with you to maximise the opportunities we have to build on your success and deliver for learners and workers, for communities and for the economy. One of the most important and challenging areas where working together is essential is supporting children and young people who have additional learning needs. Opportunity for every family must include these families. Every elected representative in this room will know of families in their area coming up against barriers to accessing support. Every person here who works in education will know the enormous pressure the system is feeling in responding to these needs, as the number of young people with ALN has risen exponentially. And that is something that I saw firsthand in my 16 years as a secondary school teacher. And every one of us in the Labour Party should recognise that it is our responsibility to get this right. So I welcome the motion from Merthyr Tydfil and Aberdare Women's Branch, which reminds us about that responsibility. The Cabinet Secretary for Education recently set out the action that she is taking to deliver improvement on ALN and identify further targeted actions to make the system work better. This includes proper recognition of the role of ALN coordinators, with £5 million provided to move them onto the leadership pay scale. It also includes a review of the legislative framework underpinning the system with a focus on making it clear and accessible. And we're also working to improve collaboration between education and health services as a priority. I also want to thank the Cooperative Party and the Socialist Education Association for their motions on free school meals. The composite motion celebrates our success on free school meals, but also reminds us that the work on food in our schools does not end here. We are indeed embarking on that crucial next step, which is a thorough review of our healthy eating standards to ensure that the food served in our schools reflects the latest evidence about what keeps children nourished, healthy and ready to learn. We're doing this urgently so we can make updated regulations another Welsh Labour achievement in this Senedd term. But of course, conference delivering opportunity for every family goes much wider than education. It includes every portfolio at every level of government. You heard from my colleagues Rebecca Evans and Jack Sargent earlier, and you'll hear from Newport's finest, Jane Bryant, at the end of this debate. And I hope that the message that you take away with you today, above all else, is that by working together as a Welsh Labour team, we are ready to deliver and ready to win so that we can go on delivering for all of Wales. Diolch, conference, and I look forward to hearing all the contributions during the debate.
Thanks very much for that, Vicky. So we're going to move to the motions that we're going to be discussing in this debate. The first motion is motion 6, which can be found on page 14 of the Standing Orders Committee report and will be moved by Merthyr Tydfil and Aberdare Women's Branch, so if they'd like to come forward.
Thank you. Nghynhadledd Conference. First time at the podium, so a bit nervous. Lovely to hear Vicky's speech, actually, which is very supportive of what I'm going to say. So it's a motion on additional learning needs, ALN. We commend the Welsh Government, actually, on its implementation of the ALN Act 2022. However, we believe the outcomes of children with ALN, parents, carers and professionals, will benefit from our recommendations, and we urge the Welsh Government to strengthen provision by implementing them. The ALN Act in Wales has supported many children with additional learning needs and allowed them to be supported by individual development plans and targeted support. However, since its implementation, the Act has been inconsistent and dependent on the area that you live in. The term universal provision has been sometimes used to prevent a child with ALN accessing the support that they need. This causing quite an alarming figure, actually. For 2022-23, of nearly 25 out of 1,000 pupils with ALN or SEN, special educational needs, being educated outside of school. And if we go back to 2009, 2010, that was only 8. So it's quite an alarming figure. So we call on the government to take that more holistic approach that Vicky talked about when deciding the best support, provision and education setting that takes into account the voice of the child and young adult, parents, carers and all the professionals involved. We want to thank the Welsh Government for its ALN training programme. However, those working with children are only encouraged to attend. Also, agency staff in most cases only need 3 months' experience and require no ALN training before working with them. So we call on the Welsh Government to provide compulsory training for all those who look after our children and young adults with ALN. Due to different funding streams, when a child transitions from early years to nursery and to from primary to secondary and secondary to college, the child's support might be taken away from them in the last term. This means they don't have the support until they have been assessed in their new environment, which could leave the child really struggling and parents feeling particularly anxious. Children with ALN can find transition really, really hard, so this makes it much more difficult for them. We ask the Welsh Government to ensure that during that transition period, the support follows through with the child. Finally, when a child initially is displaying ALN characteristics, it's a very scary time, very worrying time for the family. And the whole process of waiting and then receiving a diagnostic is very difficult and challenging. I think children, parents, professionals need up-to-date, relevant and easily accessible information to understand and support you and your family and the families that you look after. There's so much conflicting information out there. It's not always suitable. Sometimes it's from other countries. So we would ask the Welsh Government to set up a national database that can support children, parents, carers and professionals throughout the entire process and as they continue their journey. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Is that formally seconded? Somebody like to formally second? Thank you. That's great. Thank you. So now we have a composite A from the Cooperative Party Wales and the Socialist Education Association on free school meals. As this is a composite, I'll allow both the Co-op and the SEA to speak at the rostrum.
David Smith, Wales Core Party Council. Can I first thank the Deputy Minister for reminding conference that this motion is not about free school meals. It's much broader than that, and you'll see that if you actually read the motion in front of you. It gives me great pleasure to move this motion, especially since an early part in my life, I trained dozens of school dinner personnel in cooking fresh food and preparing it in the Gwent area. So it's a particularly important motion for some of us that have been involved in supporting this service over many years. If we look at A on the motion, I think we can identify there are 4 key reasons why school meals are important. The first one is that free school meals supplement support for families with less or support children from less off families. The second reason, they've clearly got a good educational value, and they also contribute to greening the economy. Less well known is that they're a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a contribution to reducing health inequalities. And this may sound an unusual thing for me to actually say, but when the nutrition that children actually get, particularly as young as teenagers, is very important in terms of their grandchildren's ability to avoid avoidable disease. It's the key issue. It's not just about social inequality, but it's also about the preventative health agenda. The other important issue for me is the way in which it has impact on a predominantly female workforce. People who are actually preparing and cooking fresh food and cooking it provides opportunities for workers to upskill, to increase their status and the pay that they're entitled to receive. If you look at B and C on the agenda, we need robust monitoring systems to measure and manage change so we make the best use of scarce public resources. At D, we need to actively engage and support pupil engagement in the co-design of menus. This will increase happiness and reduce waste, but we also need to involve parents in this process. E is the key part to the motion, and you'll see that we're taking quite a strong line on trying to eliminate ultra-processed foods from the school menu. This is quite challenging because the food supply chain is controlled by transnational food companies. And the Welsh economy really isn't big enough to have the sort of impact. We need the purchasing power of other devolved countries to achieve that, and in England. Now, the definition is problematic, but if you look at the back of a food packet, where you actually see a lot of technical ingredients you don't understand, immediately you need to accept that it's UFP. And that's what we're actually trying to challenge at the moment, because it's driving out freshly prepared food, which is best for our children. Now, we would be delighted if ultra-processed foods could be eliminated from the school menu, but we need to be realistic. Originally, we had in mind September 26. The reality is, and the commitment will take a long time to re-engineer the food supply system. But if Brazil can actually achieve this, there's no reason why we shouldn't attempt to do so. Thank you. I move.
Thank you. SCA.
John Rennie, delegate for the Socialist Education Association. Nghynhadledd, comrades. I work as a supply teaching assistant, relevant to the ALN discussion a minute ago, in primary schools in Monmouthshire and Newport, and I've been in many school dinner halls and canteens. I'm very supportive of the excellent Welsh curriculum and its adoption of the 4 purposes. The introduction of universal free school meals to primary schools supports all 4. Children who are fed well obviously make better learners. Children who experience a pleasant communal meal together are better equipped to work together throughout their lives. A healthy meal that has been responsibly designed and sourced contributes to a more sustainable future. The link between good health and a good diet, I think, is obvious. However, we can reinforce the introduction of universal free school meals, as set out in this motion, by adopting it. David has just given an excellent explanation of the motion, but I would like to highlight the following points contained within it. Universal free school meals give us a chance to improve the health of children, especially children experiencing food poverty. And to take advantage of that opportunity, we need to have rigorous data to drive improvements in diet and health. As regards the 2013 regulations, children's calorific requirements are very different between the ages of 4 and 11, so it's essential that school menus offer portion sizes appropriate for their changing needs. Those 2013 regulations urgently need to be updated. Pupils' opinions are essential for menu design. We need to listen to kids and parents in order to keep them on board, especially when designing menus for neurodiverse children whose sensory experience massively affects their perception of the food they eat and the surroundings that they eat it in. Universal free school meals can be a counterweight to the pressures from corporate industrialized food producers, especially when thinking about the diets of impoverished kids. So, as socialists, we need to keep the pressure on Welsh Government and local authorities to champion the use of fresh, locally sourced and minimally processed food. I enthusiastically support Composite A. Diolch.
Thank you very much. Is there a formal seconder from the floor? Formally, thank you. Motion 7 on page 15 is the regulation of tenancy deposits and has been submitted by Cardiff East CLP. I have been informed that there is no delegate here from Cardiff East CLP and therefore the motion will not be moved and it therefore falls. The final motion for the debate in this section is motion 8, which is on page 15 of the report, which is the Unison motion on social housing in Wales, rights for tenants. So can I ask somebody from Unison to come forward and move, please? Oh, wonderful.
Sarah Taylor, Unison Cymru, moving motion 8. Conference. Democracy and accountability are and always have been core values and principles throughout the Labour movement. Let's not forget, it was a Labour government who brought in devolution, which brought the decision-making in Wales closer to the people who live and work here. When you look at the bigger picture, good quality social housing is the key to improving so many social problems. Research has shown that education outcomes, health outcomes, both physical and mental health, and a solid economy all stem from quality housing and social housing at that. So many of us will know that Aneurin Bevan, whose birthday it was yesterday, was the architect of our precious NHS, which was established during the socialist government of Clement Attlee in 1945. What many people don't realise, however, was that during that time, Bevan's job as Health Secretary also included the remit for social housing. His massive social housing building initiative paved the way for working people across the land to finally have a safe, secure, well-built home to live in and bring their families up in. Unison has constantly argued for many years for social housing to be delivered, built and maintained by democratically accountable local councils. That way, tenants get to vote for their landlords. If they were unhappy with the service they were receiving, they could express that unhappiness through the ballot box. This motion is about continuing that democracy, empowering tenants to have a say in how their homes are managed and maintained. Housing stock transfer ballots were sold as a democratic process where tenants had the vote as to whether they wanted their homes to be transferred, more often than not, into the private sector. Some people would argue that housing is more effectively delivered by the private sector, but that's not what this motion is about. If a private provider is delivering the sort of service that tenants are happy with, then they've got nothing to worry about. The housing stock will remain in their hands. Housing stock transfer process as it currently stands is deeply flawed. Tenants were never told that the decision to transfer housing into the private sector is irreversible. Under current legislation, there is no going back. It doesn't matter if your house is not being properly maintained or the rent is too expensive. You're stuck with the landlord you've got. Unless, of course, that private provider decides to transfer your house to yet another private provider. Nobody asks the tenants. You're simply told that your house is being transferred to another private provider. And that's it. End of story. This motion is very simple. It's calling for a legislative mechanism whereby, under certain circumstances, tenants who are unhappy with their private landlord can vote to be returned under the umbrella of their local authority. A local authority where councillors are elected, subject to scrutiny, and in many cases live in our communities, quite often in social housing. And they have a vested interest in a thriving local economy. In unison, when we deal with private social landlords, chief execs almost always do not live in the community. Indeed, most of them do not even live in Wales. Local accountability is non-existent. Some might say, what has this got to do with unison? Well, hundreds of thousands of our members and their families live in social housing, and what's more, hundreds of thousands of our members work in social housing. When stock transfers were introduced, we were told this is the brave new world, taking housing to a new level, and so-called associated benefits for the workers in that sector. That brave new world has resulted in derecognition of some trade unions with collective bargaining rights forcibly removed to the private housing providers. You know who you are. Pension entitlements being eroded with members coerced into giving up their membership of the local government pension scheme. Again, they know who they are. Withdrawal from National Joint Council agreed terms and conditions of employment. Again, they're out there, they know who they are. And one private housing provider here in Wales, just earlier this year, threatening to fire and rehire their entire workforce if they didn't agree to pull out of the local government pension scheme. That's the so-called brave new world of housing that our members must endure on a daily basis. So this motion is about restoring and improving local democracy. We live in a post-Brexit world where, in theory, even Brexit is reversible. Unlikely as things stand, but legally possible. It cannot be right that no matter how badly your private social landlord behaves, there is no mechanism for tenants to return to the local authority. It's only badly performing social housing landlords that need to be worried about this motion. We appreciate this will be a complex procedure with many legal challenges, but if we only did things because they were easy, then nothing would get done. Creating the NHS wasn't easy, but we did it because it was the right thing to do. Creating the modern welfare state wasn't easy, but we did it because it was the right thing to do.
Can you wind up, please, Delegate?
Okay. Welsh Labour's at its best when we're radically bold and innovative. Supporting the unison motion is the right thing to do. Please support democratically accountable social housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is that motion formally seconded? Thank you. That's formally seconded. Thank you very much. I will now open this up for a debate, and just to remind you that you can speak on any of the motions that have been moved, or you could speak on the on the wider issue of pertaining to opportunity for every family in Wales. I will take some speakers now. So, yeah, so I'll take the woman there in the middle there. Yeah, you. No, sorry, Jenny. The lady in there who's looking at me now, yeah. One there. You, yeah, you.
That's not a lady.
Oh, is it not a lady? Sorry, I beg your pardon.
I think we try to avoid gendered language.
I know, I've just been told off that we're supposed to use gender language, so I'll just point and go, you. Do you want to come to the rostrum? Sorry, I do apologise. I'll take my glasses off next time. So, person there, yeah. Yeah, I'll take you. 3 for now. Yeah, do you want to start? Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Dylan Newsroom, for the record, he, him.
Sorry.
Conference. We're in a housing crisis. It's a crisis hitting at the very foundations of our community, because housing is at and is the foundation of our communities. At our recent and our first United Cymru Policy Conference, we discussed housing, particularly renting. The Welsh Government has published its white paper on fair rent and adequate housing. Sadly, the paper's content is wholly inadequate. The radical reform this sector requires has been brushed aside. We need a renters' rights-based approach. Conference, we need rent controls now. Not as the end point policy, but as a time-buying mechanism to enable us to do the thing that will actually solve the housing crisis, build council housing. The Welsh Government needs to take radical action. We need a right to adequate housing. We need to legislate in this Senedd term. Without action, we are failing the most vulnerable in our society. Being queer, being BAME, being young, being old, being trans, being a woman. All these things will negatively affect your chance of having a safe and an affordable home. Now, dwi eisiau siarad am yr argyfwng yn ein cymunedau Cymraeg. Mae ail dau a tai gwyliau wir yn cael effaith ar ein cymunedau Cymraeg. Mae'n dinistrio ein cymunedau Cymraeg. Heb i'r Llywodraeth cymryd rhyw fath o action rwan, o leiaf rwan, at least now, heb y Llywodraeth yn cymryd mesurau nawr, ni fydd cymunedau Cymraeg i sicrhau y filiwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg rydyn ni eisiau erbyn 2050. Conference, demand action now. Conference, demand democracy now. Conference, support the motion, solidarity to the Oscar Mayer workers.
Thank you.
Conference. Good afternoon, Nghynhadledd. My name is Bronwyn Davis. I'm here from Cardiff North Women's Branch, and my Women's Branch wished me to draw the attention of Conference, speaking on the topic of education. And my Women's Branch wished me to draw to the attention of Conference the fact that sexual harassment in schools is something which adversely affects the majority, over 60%, of girls. We commend the Children, Young People and Education Committee in its July 2022 report, which stated it has become so commonplace in schools that it's become normalised, and went on to state it is overwhelmingly girls who are affected by peer-on-peer sexual harassment, but noted that learners' experiences are shaped by whether they're from a minority racial or cultural group, whether they are lesbian or gay, whether they are disabled, or whether they have additional learning needs. The Children, Young People and Education Committee report made 24 recommendations designed to support schools in tackling peer-on-peer sexual harassment. My Women's Branch wanted me to highlight the materials that have been developed by the NEU, the National Education Union, to support delivery of this aspect of the curriculum in challenging violence against women, which starts with sexual harassment in schools and the normalising of that. As well as highlighting the work of the materials that have been produced in the trade union movement and supporting that to support us in our aims, my women's branch also wanted to acknowledge that the process of change can take a long time. We're very pleased that the efforts that have been made, are being made by Welsh Government to tackle this problem will now be supported by the UK Labour's government's focus and aim to halve the rate of violence against women and girls by 2030. And we'd be interested to know from Welsh Government if there are plans to ask Estyn to repeat their 2021 review of the incidence of peer-on-peer sexual harassment, so we will know if we're on our way to helping tackle this really important issue for women and for girls. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. Dave Bazina, Caerphilly CLP, speaking in support of Motion 6 from Merthyr Tydfil and Aberdare Women's Branch. And I'm speaking to you this afternoon as the father of a 9-year-old adopted daughter. She's actually here this weekend attending her second Wales Labour Conference. She's not, as she was last time, down in the front row pulling faces at me. She's up in the creche at the moment, so I can say what I like about her with impunity. But she spent most of her first 4 years before she came to us in care. I think as a result of those traumatic early years, she does have some additional learning needs, largely related to attachment issues. Although I would say now she's developed, I think, into a delightful and confident young girl, but I guess I'm just a little biased, so, but I think so anyway. But as parents, I mean, we enjoyed fantastic support from the outset from South East Wales Adoption Services, SUAS, and I would say to anyone out there, if you're thinking of fostering or going to fostering adoption in South East Wales, go along to one of their awareness days, go and talk to them, because they are amazing in terms of the support they give you. We had great support from social services in both Caerphilly and Newport, and as a governor of a local school, I wouldn't get away without giving a plug to the brilliant staff at Tirabirth Primary School who care for her. And there's no doubt that her development as a child with additional learning needs has been helped by the groundbreaking, Additional Learning Needs Act passed here in Wales in 2022. And, that has set out individual development plans that are genuinely based on the individual's needs rather than just an overall overarching sort of provision. But sometimes the power to deliver the best outcomes have been constrained, I think, by the financial challenges faced by local authorities in Wales due to the Tories' 14 years of austerity. Sometimes teaching and care staff and indeed parents find it challenging to deal with the needs of additional learning needs children through not enough training on awareness and support mechanisms available for ALN youngsters. So I'd make a plea to Welsh Government and public services here in Wales that when you come to consider the priorities for that long overdue additional funding now being provided to Wales by a Labour government in Westminster, that you take the real opportunity to put Wales at the absolute forefront of delivering beneficial outcomes for our additional learning needs children. Key to this engagement is engagement with parents, the children themselves, and training for the professionals delivering those care and education services. There's a chance to turn the excellent commitments in the Additional Learning Needs Act into a cultural and real beneficial change for the youngsters in our society, to enable and support them in maximising the fantastic potential that sometimes lays untapped. Conference, I therefore urge you to support this motion, and I hope that on my long journey home tomorrow, I can make a promise to my daughter that this weekend, Wales Labour has taken another important step in supporting her and many other youngsters like her facing the challenges that she lives with day to day. So I thank Merthyr Tydfil and Aberdare's Women's Branch for bringing this motion. I urge Conference to support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I can take 2 more speakers, and I'm going to take... From the GMB over there. Yeah. And then I've already... There. I'm going to take 3. I'll take Jenny because I called Jenny before. Right, so that's it. So,
no. Delegates that can talk on the broad topic.
Yeah. So, you, that lady and Jenny. Sorry.
This lady here,
No, the lady's sitting down here. Jay.
This lady here.
Ewan Goodjohn, Unite the Union delegate, specifically from Unite Community as well. I am an ALN student myself, so thank you for all of the motions today. But today I want to speak to you about free school meals. I have been campaigning on this for about 3 years or so now, and 3 years ago, the Welsh Labour government decided to make a brave step. It decided to put the hunger of children first. It decided that the first political priority of any government should be to make sure that no child in this country goes hungry. In the cooperation agreement, it was decided that all primary school children shall have a nice meal, a good quality meal for dignity. And thank you to the Cooperative Party for this motion, because you put into words the power and the dignity that it puts back into the hands of children. But today, because there are Senate members in front of me, I want to make the case that our job is not yet done, not just because of the quality of the meal, and I hope the motion that passes unanimously, but also in particular because there are still 20,000 children in poverty who are not getting that meal. Secondary schools do not yet have universal free school meals. A year and a half ago, I watched from those chairs, and I saw Mark Drakeford make a speech I'll never forget, saying that we must go faster, we must be bolder, because otherwise it will be too late for the people that we love. For that reason, I believe that it must be in this Senate term that we push forward further extension of free school meals to the secondary schools for every child to have a hot meal. It wouldn't be easy, nothing ever is, but I am asking to try, as was in the cooperation agreement, to try everything that we possibly can to get every child a hot meal. And I want to say that if Welsh Labour wants to prove to the Welsh people that we are truly delivering for Wales, they will provide every child a meal and no one will go hungry. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Leanne. Right,
Leanne from the GMB, then Jane Gebby.
Leanne from the GMB, and then Jane Gebby there.
And then Jenny.
And then Jenny. I'm sorry. Sorry. Yeah, it's getting late in the day.
Afternoon. Leanne Chapman, GMB Trade Union, supporting and backing Unison's Motion 8 on social housing in Wales Right for Tenants conference. This motion aims to start a conversation, to initiate a discussion on what should happen when social housing providers fails to meet the needs of their tenants, the staff and their wider communities. Prior to working for the GMB, I've worked with social housing providers for nearly 15 years, 14 years and 8 months to be precise. I experienced firsthand as a GMB shop steward, working closely with the managers and everyone involved and the members in the trade union to provide social housing. In my day job, I was working on the ground, working in tenants' homes across Rhondda and Taff, and loved every minute of it. I have close family members who are tenants, my mother, aunties, uncles, nieces, nephews, living in these homes. I know it's not just a job. It's about being at the heart of people's lives and their communities and making a difference. These homes belong to the most vulnerable in our society, as well as the most ambitious, driven and caring individuals. And boy, I can share so many stories with you. Because you never fail to laugh, cry and anything in between. It is an amazing job. Whatever role the staff plays in social housing, it is a job like no other. This is why there needs to be a mechanism in place for Wales when things start to go wrong. What happens when staff, tenants and the community stakeholders are calling out, raising the red flags for greater scrutiny, for change, for accountability, of what should be done when these housing providers are not performing? Welsh Housing Quality Housing Standards, WHQS, came in. It was firstly introduced in 2002. I worked firsthand on those initiatives in people's homes. Yes, some providers are better than others at delivering that, but I'm shocked to find out that some haven't hardly started, and that was, all those years ago, without actually looking to address WHQS too. What happens when the finances are misallocated? When nearly £350,000 a year is spent on senior management structures. These are the people that are not actually delivering a service, not just to tenants, but if the HR delivering directly to the members of staff, or where their finances counting the money. These are the promotions from managers becoming heads of service becoming deputy directors, deputies becoming directors, directors becoming executive directors, with a nice 40 grand pay rise, by the way, and the CEOs earning more than the Prime Minister. Despite no change in the size of the organisation, to the number of properties they are responsible for, to the numbers of staff, in which actually staff numbers have greatly reduced. So nothing has changed, only their job titles and their pay packets.
Can I ask you to wind up, please?
Sorry.
Last couple of seconds.
What happens when there's little to no change from the board of directors and no challenge and these directors being paid? What happens when they remove members from local government pension scheme when they had a surplus of 20 million and they just want to get their hands on the money? When they use fire and rehire tactics, or I apologise, dismissal and re-engagement is what housing providers claimed it as. What happens when they don't respect the collective bargaining agreements or listen to the leader of the local authority, the Senedd or MPs and call out this bad behaviour? Our friends in Unison and other members have now first-hand know what that happens because nothing has happened. Delegate. So please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jane and Jenny.
Jane and then Jenny. Sorry, I was going to call Jane first, Jenny. I will call you. But sorry.
Thank you, Jane Gebby, Bridgend Council, Chair, Conference. I'm speaking in support of Motion 6, Compay, and Motion 8, with thanks to Merthyr Tydfil and Aberdare Women, the Co-op, Socialist Education Association and Unison for allowing us the opportunity to debate such important items on our agenda here today, ones that impact on my residents. I'm Deputy Leader of Council with a portfolio of social services, health and wellbeing, so see the impact daily on poor housing provided by some unscrupulous registered social landlords. The impact on my residents' health and well-being is significant. One particular RSL is of particular concern to me. During the pandemic, they furloughed their staff, creating a backlog of remedial works that still haven't been resolved. Our residents were left with all manner of maintenance issues, causing damp and mould, and absolutely disgraceful living conditions that are being addressed exceptionally slowly. With an RSL coming to us as a council for capital funding to resolve a backlog of work, and are so keen to use Welsh Government capital funds to build more. During a meeting with them this week, we informed them that the serious concerns that we had about the lack of maintenance on their current properties, so that we would not support them in any shape or form to build more. Conference, if you balloted their customers, there would be a resounding vote of no confidence in them. Just like us as a cabinet, there is no accountability and we are unable to scrutinise. Democracy is lacking, comrades. We are a party of fairness, and without this change, we are shackled and lacking the social justice we expect from a Welsh Labour government. Conference, our registered social landlords are accountable to no one. This needs to change. Conference, please support the motions.
Thank you.
After Jenny, you need to vote.
Jenny Rathbone, Senate Member for Cardiff Central. Supporting Motion 8 and Composite A. I want to thank Unison for raising the important issue of the rights of housing association tenants to revert to council tenancies. Housing associations come in all shapes and sizes, and where tenants want it, they should have the right to revert to being council tenants. Authorities in England have done this, and to great benefit of those individuals. So if they want it, they should have the right to get it if they can get the numbers. There are strategic reasons why we should encourage councils who divested their council stock to take it back, because we need all councils to focus on decarbonising all the housing stock in all of their communities. Councils without any council housing, like Conway, seem to be absent from the conversation on the opportunities offered for communities that are hosting wind farms to decarbonise all the homes in those areas. The mounting wind farm community funds accruing to those communities are not being used for things other than fairly temporary things like improving school playing fields or community halls. These are excellent, but they are missing the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to decarbonise all the homes in those communities of interest. And it's very difficult for the average individual to understand what renewable energy can do for them. They need the support of their local authority to say this is a good idea. Because just think that councils really do need to give a helping hand on this, because renewable technologies to heat the homes of people who are currently having to spend it on very expensive off-grid oil and gas is really life-changing, because it gives them more money to spend in their local shops and community businesses, and really strengthening for the future those homes. So please support that motion. I'm sorry we've nobody here to move the motion on regulation of tenancy deposits, but I assure you that I am pursuing this in the Senate, and we need to get either legislation in this Senate or something as a manifesto commitment for 2026, because we can't have private landlords going on exploiting deposit funds in the way they do regularly. Now, turning to the fantastic £600 million investment we've made to allow every primary school pupil to have a free school lunch. We cannot and should not go on allowing catering suppliers to use ultra-processed ingredients to make our children's food. Public Health Wales has publicly admitted that the 2013 Healthy Eating Schools regulations are not fit for purpose. For clarity, that's in evidence to the Health Committee in its investigation into the public health emergency of obesity. We need to ensure every pupil is able to have a freshly prepared meal made up of fresh ingredients and mainly produced by Welsh farmers. That is not the reality that the child in the video was talking about. It's lovely for her, but that is not what is going on for most people. We have loads of land where we can grow our own fruit and vegetables, and we need to use public procurement to ensure that every child across Wales has the opportunity to eat proper food that is not going to lead to early death, which is what is happening with ultra-processed food.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Conference, I now want to ask Jane Bryant, who is the Cabinet Secretary for Housing and Local Government, to respond to the debate.
Diolch, Conference. And firstly, I'd like to thank my new ministerial colleague, Vicky Howells, for the introduction to today's debates and for all the contributions that we've had to these important motions. It means a great deal to me that delivering opportunity for every family is one of our First Minister's key priorities, because opportunities start in the home. It starts with a safe environment, a place where families can lay down roots. The home is not just a shelter from the elements. It's somewhere that should offer security, hope. For our young people, they should have a decent home in which they can thrive, somewhere they can realise the future they want to see here in Wales. The Welsh Labour Government is steadfast in our focus on breaking down barriers to opportunities, on ensuring that our young people receive access to the support and services they need, both at home and in school. That is why we support the motion from Merthyr Tydfil and Aberdare Women's Branch. I know my Cabinet colleagues will consider the motion's recommendations as part of ongoing work to deliver improvements on ALN, including proper recognition of ALN coordinators, reviewing the legislative framework, and encouraging collaboration between education and health services. We also support the Cooperative Party and the Social Education Association's motion. Its recommendation will help to inform the upcoming review of healthy eating standards to ensure the children of Wales are well nourished and ready to learn. With reference to point E in the motion, specific actions on the nutritional content of school meals will be considered as part of this review. Because this is what you get with a Labour government in Wales. A government which at every turn prioritises the future with a laser focus on delivering for every family across the country.
Take the votes.
For the past 14 years, we've been alone in that ambition. The Tory government in Westminster chased headlines, mismanaged our economy, and ignored the priorities of Wales and our communities. But oh, how times have changed. Now, with a Labour government in Westminster, we have a willing partner to finally be able to work together to ensure the voice of every person, of every family here in Wales is heard. Opportunity has never been more possible. Conference. Housing is one of the Welsh Government's key priorities, and rightly so. Because it's the essential building block for a thriving Wales. It's only right for us to be ambitious when thinking about the homes we need for the future. We are working hard to deliver 20,000 new low-carbon homes for rent within the social sector. Just this month, we announced a new affordable homes task force to unlock barriers to advancing affordable housing developments. We have also allocated more than £1.4 billion this Senedd term to aid the delivery of housing supply. This record level of funding is testament once again to our commitment to ensuring the people of Wales have access to good quality, affordable homes. We are pleased to accept Unison's motion on rights for tenants. We agree that Tory economic chaos and the cost of living crisis has put an enormous strain on families across Wales, even putting some at risk of homelessness. Ending homelessness must be at the core of our housing plans. Just this year, we have invested almost £220 million in homelessness prevention, but there's still much more to be done. That is why we plan to introduce legislation to transform homelessness services and tackle the underlying structural issues that lead to its existence. Again, Wales leading the way on a better future. It's important too that registered social landlords, private landlords, and indeed local authorities are responsive to issues raised, that services provided are of a high standard, and that homes are safe.
Local priorities that we continue to try and address and work on when the time means that we are really struggling on revenue investment. Just want to say as well about the Tories, the systematic, I think, destruction of public services, and in particular for local government. I referenced earlier, I really feel now we have a government at either end of the M4 that really values public services, and we get that conversation in terms of local government. But we know it is going to take time, but it is light at the end of the tunnel. I'm really pleased that they are considering and suggesting they bring forward a comprehensive spending review. As I referenced earlier, this is really important for local government, that we can work with colleagues, work with trade unions to understand our budgets and not continue to have to make almost knee-jerk yearly reactions when we get our budgets. Just want to conclude on my last page, if I can just get to it. while it's fantastic to have the relationship we have and the continued conversations with Welsh Government, we know we only get this because we have a Labour Welsh Government. We have to make sure that in 2026 we return a Labour Government, we have Labour ministers that we can work with. I want to end by just saying thank you to the Labour family of councillors and council leaders, deputy leaders, whether they are committee members, committee chairs, executive members, or just simply backbenchers. The work that local councillors do doesn't go unnoticed. It has been an extremely challenging period having to be a councillor for years when we've had Tories in charge. It has been challenging, it's been difficult, and sometimes maybe some members, and I probably think it as well, sometimes you think, why do you bother? We bother because we can make a difference. We can't do everything we want to, but certainly working together, we can make a difference, and I'm really grateful for the support of other colleagues. I'd also particularly like to end by saying a big thank you to our council staff. Our council staff, day in, day out, go over and above to deliver services. I think austerity has hit our staff more than anyone. When you consider we as councillors and council leaders really do not like some of the decisions sometimes we have to consider and some of the decisions we have to make. But it's actually our staff on the ground who work day in, day out to provide those services. Some of those services are absolutely vital, like social services, like our schools, like our statutory services. So I just want to end by saying a huge thank you to all the council staff out there. They do an amazing job. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Big thank you to all our councillors out there on the front line who've spent 14 years dealing with the Tories' cuts. We know it's not easy. It's not an easy job you do. And I know I speak on behalf of all the trade unions. The leaves are churning on the trees, so it's about time we start the next round of pay negotiations in local government, which I'm sure we're all looking forward to. Conference, I enjoyed that. Do you know what? Let's have another report. Steve Belcher, would you like to move the next TULA report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Conference, comrades. Steve Belcher, Chair of Wales TULO, delivering the 2024 report to Conference. Comrades, after 14 long and painful years, we can finally welcome a Labour Prime Minister to our annual conference here this morning. And you know what? When I was writing these notes a few months ago, I thought, I'm going to be saying he welcomed him to a Tory-free Wales. And I thought, well, somebody would have mentioned that line by now. And when I saw the agenda and I was speaking perhaps last, I thought, well, I'm going to say it anyway. So it was great to welcome the Prime Minister to a Tory-free Wales after 14 years. And when we last met in Llandudno, the Tories had 14 Welsh MPs, some of them more well-known than others, but all of them had one thing in common. They all, each and every one of them, played their part in propping up the most vicious, anti-working class, anti-trade union government that the UK has ever seen. The Welsh voting public saw through them and delivered a very clear message. Your time is up, leave, and leave now. Many of us thought that the general election would be taking place around about now. At the beginning of the year, if we were asked, people were speculating, and a lot of people were figuring it was going to be the end of the year. So we were caught by surprise when Rishi Sunak announced the election for the 4th of July. But maybe not everyone was caught by surprise. One soon-to-be ex-Tory MP found time to nip down the bookies, didn't he? And put a bet on the election being held on the 4th of July. To think that this bunch were running the country, well, let's put it another way. To think that this bunch tried to run the country for 14 years, it's not clear how much this particular ex-MP won with his bet. Maybe it was part of an accumulator and he had a few quid on him losing his seat to the excellent Steve Witherden, a socialist and a trade unionist MP. And he actually came third when he lost his seat. What were the odds on that conference? I don't think he calculated them, did he? So it was additionally the only seat in Wales that Welsh Labour had never won. Well, not anymore. There are no hiding places for Tories in Wales now, not one. I was proud to play a part in the trade union movement's activities during the general election, and Tulo played its part in his historic victory as well, with our activists coming out to support candidates across Wales, delivering leaflets, knocking on doors, chatting to voters, stuffing envelopes and making telephone calls. Labour's New Deal for Workers featured heavily in our canvassing activities. Voters who were undecided or on the edge, but not sure what they were going to do, were often swayed when it was explained to them just what this document could do to change their lives, their families' lives, and even the younger generation who were not even in work yet. This is a landmark piece of legislation, Conference. It repeals the despicable 2016 Trade Union Act and the more recent Minimum Provisions Act, which was nothing but an attack on the working class, who have the audacity sometimes to organise themselves through their trade union membership. We should never allow ourselves to forgive or forget just how much hatred there is amongst the right-wing Tories for the very people who really create the country's wealth. The hard-working people who deliver our essential public services, keep the transport network running, make sure our retail sector thrives and maintain our utilities. They're the wealth creators, and yet, weirdly, they were the ones that the Tories seem to hate the most by their vicious anti-trade union legislation. This message was key as those Tory-held seats were canvassed throughout the campaign. We cannot, Conference, be complacent, though. We must acknowledge that for many people, the reason they voted for us was to keep the Tories out. We must work together to ensure that the next time the voters are asked, they vote for us because they can see the positive changes that a Labour government in both Westminster and in Cardiff Bay can bring. They can see that working together with the trade unions, we can change things for a better across the board. It has, Conference, been a tumultuous 12 months for Welsh Labour, starting around about this time last year with the announcement by Mark Drakeford that he would be standing down as First Minister and leader of Welsh Labour. Mark didn't do this job for the glory or the thanks, because we know it can be a thankless task at the best of times. But it has to be said, comrades, and I think we have to mark it, use the word mark. Mark, you are a giant in Welsh politics. You will leave a legacy that will benefit the people of Wales for many years to come. In the trade unions, we always knew that you had our backs, and you were always looking for ways that could improve the lives of workers. Before I comment on where we are now, I think it would be remiss of us not to thank Vaughan Gethin for his continuous support for the trade unions. And that was through his entire political career. We wish him well with whatever he chooses to do going forward. But it would have been remiss of us not to have marked Vaughan's departure without some comments about his affiliation to the trade unions. We're in the early days of working with Eluned Morgan as our First Minister, but we know that she will want to continue with the ethos of public services being delivered by the public sector and not by predatory private providers who always have one eye on their profit margins and shareholder dividends. The trade unions will, of course, work with the First Minister to preserve publicly delivered and publicly accountable services from local government across the Welsh NHS. Opinion poll after opinion poll has consistently told us that that is what the public wants and that's what the public expects. And as, comrades, as we get closer to the 2026 Senate elections, we need to be focusing from the trade union side more on selections. The new enlarged Senedd must reflect the communities that we live in. It cannot be truly representative unless there is more diversity. And whilst that diversity will include gender and race and religion and disabilities, it is also vitally important that more genuine trade unionists are elected. These will be the people who have worked on the front line in both the public and the private sector, people who will know what it's like to struggle on a low wage, but have represented and negotiated on behalf of their members in all kinds of settings. People who will know an injustice when they see one, and what's more, will not be afraid to challenge that injustice. We know that an enlarged Senedd certainly has its critics, and the public's eyes will rightly focus on what it does, what it says, and perhaps more importantly, on who's in it. When the new enlarged Senedd is elected and the public are watching him on TV or in the media, we want them to be able to say, that MS looks like me, that MS comes from the same background as me, or went to the same type of school as me, or used to do the same kind of job as me, and finally knows what it's like to be me. It's important. We cannot open ourselves up to allegations of cronyism, elitism, or nepotism. We want to work with Welsh Labour to ensure that genuine working class people are elected who can take devolution to the next level over this crucial period. We know that not all our members support or vote for the Labour Party. We have to reach out to them. We have to try and understand why they vote the way they do and patiently explain and persuade them to come back to us. It's odd for us to be meeting here at Wales Labour Party conference so late in the year. For various reasons, we have having to rearrange the date. In some ways, it's a great way to close out a momentous year. Labour are in control in Westminster and in Cardiff Bay. We've been telling voters for years that we can change things when we have power in Cardiff and London. So let's all work together in 2025, comrades, to prove that when the Labour Party and the trade union movement use their enthusiasm and determination, we can change our communities for the better. The next Senedd election is almost in touching distance. We will not let the people of Wales down as it gets closer. Thanks, comrades, for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Can I ask all scrutineers even, and the Chief Teller to report to the party desk, that's stall 32, for the close of the SOC ballot at 5 p.m, so in the next 5 minutes. And I think we now have a video. I hope we now... I'll find you.
It's quite an exciting time to be travelling in Wales.
I think there's a lot of reason to be optimistic and to celebrate the improvements that have been made on the railways.
The whole of Wales should see a mass improvement under the Labour government, which is brilliant.
I'm a qualified train driver, instructor and assessor.
Network Rail Regional Health and Safety Manager.
I'm a commuter on the Welsh Railways.
I think Welsh Railways will evolve significantly in the next decade with the investment that's been made on new trains and infrastructure.
We've already got the South Wales Metro coming into fruition. That'll be great to see.
Which is electrifying the Valleys network.
Building new trains as well in Wales for Wales.
And in North Wales, I know the plans are to double the services up there, which will make a huge impact onto people in North Wales.
It's the biggest investment I think ever that's been made in railways in Wales.
As a regular user and supporter of the railways, I think it's great.
Personally, I'm all for what the Welsh Labour Party have done in Wales, and for me that's a great reason to vote Labour.
Okay, conference, let's move to our debate on connecting communities. For the first motion in this section, we have motion 9. Oh, the minister go first. It's not in here. Who's moving it? Who's opening the debate? I'm going to open it. Let's ask Ken Skates to open the debate.
Well, diolch yn fawr iawn. It's fantastic to be with you. And just to reinforce the warmth of this region, I'd like to echo the words of Claire Hughes, a fantastic new Member of Parliament for this constituency, in giving you a huge welcome to North Wales. And it's a pleasure to be with you alongside Alex, Cardiff West's brilliant new Member of Parliament, who will close the debate. We're going to be celebrating the election of a UK Labour government and sharing the early success of 2 Labour governments working as one for the people of Wales. And it's also a delight to be back in government. When I last spoke as Transport Minister at this very venue, we had just taken control of the Wales and Borders route from Arriva Trains Wales. Do you remember those? Yep, that's right. We'd inherited one of Europe's oldest fleets of trains from them. We'd inherited just 270 trains in total. But as a result of the hard work that's been done since, of the investment that's been placed into public transport, and in spite of 14 years of Tory economic mismanagement, we will soon have one of Europe's newest fleets of trains, and we're increasing the total number from 270 to more than 480. I know of no other nation in Europe that is currently experiencing a bigger uplift of new trains than we're experiencing here in Wales. That is Labour delivering in power, and we're doing this every single day of every single week. And we've also taken public ownership of rail services through Transport for Wales, and we're about to turn on the metro in the south, and we're going to increase services along the North Wales coastline by 50%. 50%. That's as a direct result of an early decision by UK government to improve our infrastructure and a decision by Welsh government to introduce brand new trains up here, travelling from North Wales all the way through to Liverpool. It's also a fact that Transport for Wales is now the most reliable and punctual train operator in Wales, way ahead of Avanti, way ahead of GWR and Cross Country. And we're rolling out our tap and go payment systems here as well, a first outside of London. And friends, let's not forget either that many of our brand new trains are being built here in Wales as a result of us attracting CAF to Newport. And I share with Keir Starmer the experience of growing up with a dad who was a toolmaker. And so I know the quality of work for toolmakers, engineers, drivers, and many, many more as a result of our delivery on transport. Nor should we lose sight of another major project that we have spearheaded, the hugely ambitious Global Centre for Rail Excellence. Now, when Vaughan Gething asked me to return to government, he reminded me that with the honour of holding office comes the duty to listen. And we've done just that. On 20 miles an hour, where changes need to take place, we will deliver. And where 20 miles an hour works well, it will remain, as we seek to connect communities more safely. But of course, there is still more to be done in connecting communities, especially on bus services. I spotted earlier today Stephen Tatum from Alan Deeside CLP. Here he is for the debate. Stephen, over the years, has never failed to remind me of the vital need for bus services, for those people who do not have the option of travelling by car. And remind me that public transport should be considered a public service. Now, the deregulation of the 80s has been disastrous for bus passengers. It's allowed commercial operators to cherry-pick the profitable routes and leave to the taxpayer the need to subsidise the rest. And I think we've tolerated it for far too long. So in March, we will take decisive action. We'll be introducing a bus bill to the Senedd, which will re-regulate bus services and put passengers ahead of profit. It's what you could describe as taking back control. It'll also lead us to decarbonise the bus fleet in Wales, utilise new technologies in public transport, drive economic growth, and better connect people to jobs, services, and education. Crucially, it will enable us to integrate public transport properly, creating across train and bus services, one timetable, one network, one ticket. And we're doing all of this in social partnership with the unions and hand in hand with our brilliant councils. So it gives me great pleasure to open this debate, to support the two motions that will be debated now, and I look forward to hearing your contributions. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, so for the first motion in this section, we have motion 9, which is on page 16 of the SOC report, and will be ASLEF's motion to invest in transport infrastructure. I think ASLEF are on their way up, so would you be happy to move when you get on stage?
Chair, conference comrades, good afternoon, Prynhawn da. My name is Dan Masrani, I'm from ASLEF Union. And we are moving motion 9, invest in transport infrastructure. Daily I drive people to work for days out, to meet families, to go to events, sports, concerts. We move and connect communities, as well as moving goods and supporting businesses through freight. Rail has so many vital social, economic, and importantly, environmental benefits. We as ASLEF and myself as a proud train driver applaud the Welsh Government in its foresight over the last 5 or 10 years to invest in public transport, particularly in our railways. They decided to buck the trend of the charlatans posing as the previous UK government and decided to bring back railways under government control through Transport for Wales, invest in new rolling stock that, for us in the industry, know the last time we had new trains in Wales before the ones that have just been introduced now was 1991. Nearly 35 years before having a new train. Imagine if we all had a car that old, what it would be like. They have also reopened stations on existing lines that have been shut, and even reopened a line that had been shut for decades. Both have proved huge successes, and I drive those lines and those stations, and I can say what a difference it's made. And now, thank goodness, the UK's managed decline of railways and the country as a whole is over. We now at last have welcomed Labour back into power in Westminster. And as we've already heard a few times today, a Westminster Labour government wanting to work with our Welsh Labour government in the Senedd to invest in Wales, appreciating, not despising, public transport and public transport workers, and wanting to build further on the good work already done by the Welsh Government for rail in Wales. So think about the opportunity we now have to invest further in the railway in Wales. The railway helps a country keep moving, keeps it running, underpinning economies and communities. But without further improved infrastructure, it cannot do what Wales needs it to do. To name a few, we really would like to see more electrification in North and South Wales. We need to update the Victorian signalling that restricts our North Wales services and stops us having a more frequent connection. We need more trains, not just to replace the old trains, but to pre-plan for future demand, which has never ever been done. To protect freight paths so we can mass transit goods without clogging up roads and villages. So now is the moment, let's seize this moment, for the UK government to support the Welsh government to provide this investment. This can usher in a new era of sustainable, accessible, frequent, affordable green travel we need and deserve. And with this investment, alongside our other rail unions, we can drive forward this change. And we want to provide benefits not just for now, but also to protect our future generations. So conference, please support. I move. Diolch.
Thank you, Dan. Can I get that formally seconded from the floor, please? Perfect. Thank you. The next motion is motion 10 on page 17 from Bangor Aberconwy CLP, improving sports and leisure facilities to enhance health outcomes. Is our delegate coming onto the stage? Fantastic. Are you happy to move?
Good afternoon, conference and chair. Pnawn da pawb, croeso I Llandudno, Bangor, Aberconwy. I am Sam Egglestaff, Women's Officer, Future Generations Wales Change Champion, and founder of Llanrwst Flood Action Group, one of the many flood action groups across Wales and the UK. And I would like to propose the motion, improving sports and leisure facilities to enhance health outcomes in flood-affected communities. Greta Thunberg said, "Our house is on fire," and yes, this is true. But whilst our house is burning, our Welsh valleys are drowning. Our valleys are saturated, plundered by rains, deluged by rivers, wiped away by torrents. Sadly, we have witnessed recently the loss of life through flash floods in Spain and in Germany, and we can all see that these events are more severe and more frequent around the world, and we must find solutions. But there are also quiet corners of our lands, the unspoken voices. Communities have learnt to be helpless and have endured the swollen bellies of rivers for years. During Storm Ciara and Storm Dennis, the rail tracks, the bridges were swept away, and now we've got the goalposts and the cricket nets also being swept away, just like our children's dreams. R.S. Thomas, our Welsh poet, said in his poem Reservoirs, "In Wales there are places we cannot go." Yes, he was right. Sports fields, parks, football pitches, rugby grounds, cricket grounds are all places our children cannot go. They are sodden, saturated and brimming. And it's not just one day or 1 week that's lost, but it's months. Months of leisure time, months of fitness, months of grassroots participation. And how long has this been happening? Years, centuries. Think about the collective impact on our people, our children, our future. Just down the valley from here, in Conwy Valley, we suffer floods annually, sometimes 4 or 5 times a year, if not more. Predominantly during the months of November to February, the river bursts its banks and can turn us into an island. And with this, there are lost fixtures, lost time, lost health. In cities, there's more access to play. In cities, there's more access to sport. In cities, people have more opportunities to excel. Research has shown flooding has a dramatic impact on health and well-being. Our rural communities are already hit by poverty and inequality, reduced access to public transport, and now reduced access to sports and leisure. Many see climate change as a class issue. It is mostly created by the top 1%, and yet it is the most poor of our society that bear that brunt. We at Welsh Labour will always tackle inequality, strive for fairness, and stand for the people whose physical health, mental health, and social well-being are affected by flooding. Berlant states our young people are facing a slow death because they feel written off. It is time to face these impacts, be innovative, and be proactive. Our children, our young people, our future deserves investment, innovation and protection, and our Wellbeing of Future Generations Act 2015 does protect them. So we must act on this. Conference calls on the Welsh Labour Government to conduct a national audit to assess the impact of flooding on sports and leisure facilities across Wales. We call for the establishment of a flood impact committee to engage with local communities and clubs to explore innovative solutions for protecting existing pitches and facilities from future flooding, to invest in new, resilient and accessible sports grounds to ensure all communities can participate in healthy, social and recreational activities, regardless of the flood risks. By addressing the damage caused by flooding to sports facilities, we can support stronger, healthier and more connected communities. Conference, we ask you to support this motion. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you, Sam. Okay, I can now open the section for the group debate. This means you may speak on any of the motions that have been moved, but I also remind delegates that these are intended to be quite broad debates, so you may speak on any issue pertaining to opportunity for every family in Wales. So, connected communities in Wales, even. So, in which case, can I see those hands? We've got one there, the gentleman in the corner with the red T-shirt, and we'll go for the lady at the back there. If you give your name as well when you come up, please.
Pronounced our conference. Thank you very much. I'm Stephen Tatum, as Ken said before, delegate for Allen and Deeside, and I would like to speak in support of conference motion number 9, which is to say that I think it's very important that we have a good transport system in Wales. To get to conference today, I had to spend half an hour running through my local town as the bus didn't turn up, just to get here in time for Keir's keynote speech. And I have to leave in 5 minutes to get the last train back home. So I think it's absolutely critical that we have a much better public transport, and I welcome the Welsh Government's action to enable that to happen. And I would ask for your support in passing motion 9. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate.
Chair, conference, very proud Unite Union member. We are supporting this motion, but I want to talk slightly differently about the buses. The buses are the backbone of our communities. Workers use the buses. Community members use the buses. A lot of us use the buses to get to and from work and to get to community events. I know quite a few local councillors in my ward who use the bus to get to council meetings. We need to do better on buses. We have seen over the past few years buses being cut. We need the Labour government, Welsh Labour and the Central Labour government to oppose all bus cuts. Whenever a bus company talks about cutting services, we need this government and Central Labour government to stand up and oppose those cuts. We need every single trade union in the room to stand up and oppose those cuts. Buses are vital to our communities. So please support this motion and protect our buses and our bus workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Evening conference. My name is Jo Rayo. I'm from Unison Labour Link, and I'm also a commuter which uses the Transport for Wales trains every day when I travel from my home in the Rhymney Valley down to Cardiff. So conference, forgive me for being blunt at the outset, but the transport infrastructure in our country is woeful. It is simultaneously expensive, unreliable, slower than in any other parts of the UK, and in many parts of Wales, out of date. People in Wales are more reliant on using car than in any other part of the UK. This is a common finding in reports of the many significant institutions, including the Office for National Statistics, Wales Future Generations Commissioner, and indeed the Welsh Government itself. The scandal of the HS2 has gained greater prominence in recent months, and the number of people who are finding out how Wales has lost out to the tunes of billions is increasing every day. The sense of injustice is palpable. We acknowledge that this is not a problem easily to be resolved. Constitutional constraints in the currency devolution settlement means that the Welsh Government for 14 years has faced an intransigent government across the Severn. But that is no longer the case. Wales needs to feel the benefit of two governments. It needs to deliver a change that people don't need to be told is better than they can be actually feel it. If we can learn from anything from the US election, it is telling people something that is at odds. How they feel does not deliver the outcomes that you want. Investing in our infrastructure, modernising our railway, and beyond that, our public transport services in Wales would deliver a visible, positive, welcome and overdue change. What would better convey the message that you're better off with Labour if we can do something in 5 years that the Conservatives couldn't do in 14? Please support Conference 9, the ASLEF motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, we've got time for a couple more quick ones. Delegate at the back with a hand. If we do the chap with the poppy here and the gentleman there holding his hand up. And then that's it, I'm afraid. And let's try and keep them quick, shall we?
Thank you, Conference. Chris Carter, Newport West and Isloin CLP. First time delegate, first time up on the stand. So thank you. Thank you. And thank you to members for electing me to the National Policy Forum earlier this year. It means I get to talk about my favourite subject a lot more often, which is public transport and trains. And when we talk about connecting communities, we're talking about more than just roads, railways and broadband. We're talking about the lifelines that hold our economy and us together as a nation. We need a vision for Wales where every community, from our cities to our smallest villages, feel connected, included and valued. We know the problems that can appear with underfunded public transport. Slow broadband in rural areas and local transport services missing altogether. They damage our economy, damage that could have torn out the fabric of Welsh communities, stripped away after 14 years of Tory austerity putting the boot in. The result could, of course, be isolation, stagnation, and communities that feel cut off. But it was not to be, so thanks, as Ken said earlier on, to the investment by Labour in Wales in our transport infrastructure system and our new trains. We can connect every corner of Wales with bold investment, and I want people in here today to imagine a metro system that allows people to move freely and affordably across our towns and cities, linking our communities with jobs, education, and of course, healthcare. I also want people to imagine a broadband network as well that brings us together as a nation, a digital economy that means people do not have to leave their homes and gives small businesses the chance to thrive and young people the opportunities that they deserve. And let's also not stop there. Let's invest in active travel, building a national network of cycleways that are safe, accessible, and reduce our carbon footprint, while connecting communities in a healthier, greener way. This is our chance to knit the fabric of our nation together more closely to make sure that no one is left behind, no matter where they live in our country. We can build a Wales where every community is part of our journey forwards and united in a brighter future. So I support motion 9, and I hope you will too. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Chris.
Good afternoon, Conference. It's Paul Davis, Aberafan Maesteg CLP. I'm here, thank you. I'm here to support motion 9, Chair. I'm a councillor with Bridgend County Borough Council, and I represent a ward called Caira in the Llanvi Valley. When I grew up, Chair, we had a local bus company called Brewers Motor Services. Now, they ran services down to Maesteg, down to town, every 25 minutes. All these have been stripped away, and we're now left with nothing. We have got a Bridgend bus, which we're lucky, but the outer bits of the valley get no service whatsoever. And some of these areas I represent, Chair, are the most deprived in Wales. So I'll be brief. I support motion 9, and I look forward to the bus bill in 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate.
Hello, I'm the youth delegate from Wrexham CLP. I'm Morgan Peters, first time speaker and first time at conference. Today, I want to talk about and in support of motion 9. As a youth worker, day in and day out, I have to support young people who say they can't get to youth club. Due to the lack of numbers of young people attending youth club, that goes to young youth workers losing their job due to lack of numbers and funding stops. A couple of months ago, a school in my constituency sadly had to go to the council and say at one point we could lose all our sixth form students due to sixth form students who wanted to learn in first language Welsh was not able to get to college. So they had to leave the sixth form and be able to get free transport from College Cambria. But as I said early on, with young people not attending youth clubs and lack of numbering, that means that youth workers get redundancy. And a lot of young people come to me every day and say due to the cost and that they can't afford. A lot of young people are thankful for the 30% card, but sadly some young people still can't afford the bus. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. And conference, I'll now invite Alex Barris-Curtis MP and WEC member to respond to the debate before we move on to the votes.
Thank you, Chair. It is a great pleasure to be here at Welsh Labour Conference today for the first time as a Welsh Member of Parliament. For me, I should say first time speaker on this stage, thank you. For me, Llandudno holds fantastic memories of visiting and walking the Orme and the pier with my family, and not so fantastic memories. I was a 10-year-old walking out of McDonald's with a hamburger in my hand, unwrapped the hamburger, a shadow over my right shoulder, and Seagull took the burger but left me with BAP. So, yes, I'm still recovering from the trauma. The First Minister began her role by listening to the Welsh people and refocusing the Welsh Government's priorities. And on connecting communities, we have prioritised transforming our railways and delivering a better bus network, fixing our roads, and empowering local communities to make choices on 20 miles an hour. Well, conference, may I echo the sentiment of Britain's longest-serving Transport Minister and the Cabinet Secretary for Transport in North Wales as he opened this debate. On rail, Transport for Wales boasts one of the newest fleets in Europe and has seen the number of trains almost double as a result of your Welsh Labour government. Not to mention development over the past year has seen passenger journey rates and passenger rates satisfaction rates continue to rise as we run the most reliable service in the country. So I look forward to spring, to Ken said, where we will begin the hard work to reform our bus services and introduce the bus bill to the Senedd, putting the Welsh people back in control and re-regulating our services and reconnecting our communities. This focus will also highlight our green priorities by continuing to electrify and decarbonise our networks. This is a Welsh Labour government that has already delivered and will continue to invest in the modern services that people rely on day in, day out. Before I close this debate, it would be remiss of me not to mention the powerful and exciting opportunities we have with two Labour governments working in partnership to deliver for the people of Wales. By working together, our two Labour governments have unlocked £21 billion of funding for the Welsh Labour government, including an extra £1.7 billion in infrastructure spending. We have two transport ministers working together on priorities for rail infrastructure in Wales, including a pipeline of investments much greater than the much debated HS2 consequential. So now to close the debate, and it is a pleasure to do so on this debate on connecting communities. Conference, I would like to particularly take this opportunity to thank the movers, all of you who seconded, of course, and the contributors to the motions that we have quite rightly debated here today. In respect of motion 9, thank you to the delegate from Aslef, Dan, who talked about the reopening of stations and lines that had been closed for decades, and how we are stopping the managed decline of years gone by virtue of the partnership between two Labour governments, and about the importance and need for the modernisation of signalling and more electrification. And then in respect of motion 10, very eloquently moved by Sam from Bangor Conwy, CLP, who expanded on the very serious consequences of flash floods and the impact on our wider communities by calling for a national audit and a flood impact committee to be set up. In terms of contributions from the conference floor, Stephen from Deeside, in support of Motion 9, talked of his experience training for the next Olympics as he runs to and from the current public transport system in order to get here and get home afterwards. To the Unite delegate about how buses are absolutely the backbone of our communities. To Joe from Unison Labour Link to talk about the importance of, again, two Labour governments working together after the last 14 years of Tory government. To Chris, and congratulations, first-time speaker from Newport West and Islwyn, who talked about how slow broadband and poor transport damages our economy. To Paul from Aravan and Maesteg, who talked very shortly and sweetly in support of Motion 9. And finally, to the very powerful and excellent contribution to Morgan, the youth delegate from Wrexham. Again, congratulations on your first time speaking. Who talked passionately about youth clubs in Wrexham, and I particularly enjoyed that contribution. Conference, we have exciting times ahead with two Labour governments working in partnership to continue to deliver the most reliable modern services for the people of Wales. It's been a pleasure to listen to today's contributions and to respond to this debate. Diolch yn fawr, Conference.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you to everyone who contributed to that debate. Right, let's move to the votes on motions 9 and 10. I can advise Conference that the WEC position is to support both of these motions. First, let's take motion 9 submitted by Aslef. Can I see all those in favour, please? And all those against? Unanimous. Next, we'll take motion 10, Bag Aberconwy. All those in favour? All those against? Yeah, that's unanimous again. Surprise, surprise. At Conference, thank you very much for your cooperation. That concludes today's events. There are a load of fringes to go to now. I think start in the next 90 seconds, so if everyone can get out there and get up there, I think that would be much appreciated. There's training tomorrow from 9:30 and a range of fringes, so don't go too heavy on the beer tonight. Try and get in nice and early for those tomorrow. And I'll postpone Conference. Is it postpone or? See you tomorrow morning.